Our family has ruled this land for generations while protecting the desert emerald. A massive calamity was approaching, which threatened the peace and prosperity of our kingdom. I desperately tried to gain power for my people. It was on that night I saw a beam of light. I thought to myself that this was our chance.
Actually, it was my chance, and I made sure to grab hold of it. Our pharaoh had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a message: I will bring back hope. The whole kingdom was met with despair. Hope? Hope can be achieved only by our own hands. It was me. I took our people out of this disaster and restored our kingdom's wealth. I am the rightful ruler of this land. The best pharaoh is a dead pharaoh. He should just quietly be revered from the shrine. Return? I will not sit idly by. I won't have it. I won't let anyone take what I've earned away from me. I'll oppose them with all my might, no matter who it is.
एमो खत्म हो गया। अब दिखाते हैं धमाकेदार एंट्री। सॉरी।
मुझे चारों तरफ से घेरा हुआ है। But you know what? I got this.
ऐसे भी क्या जल्दी है? अभी तो गेम शुरू हुई है। यस! क्या बात है?
शुरू तुमने किया था, खत्म मैं करूंगा।
एक जज्बा, एक टीम, सबकी जीत। ढूंढे अपने अंदर छुपे हीरो को। गली स्क्वाड के साथ बी द हीरो।
मारखौर कौम पर गैर मुल्की यलगार की पेशन गोई हो गई, इसलिए छोटा मारखौर अपने बचपन से ही बहुत मेहनत से तरबियत करता है। ताहम वो तंज और तंज का शिकार है। जब तक कि आफत पेशन गोई के मुताबिक ना आ जाए, वो एक नौजवान लीडर बनता है और लड़ने की हर मुमकिन कोशिश करता है। आखिरकार वो दुश्मनों को शिकस्त देता है और जीत जाता है।
यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
हम एक बार फिर से वापस आ चुके हैं एक और PUBG मोबाइल के सीजन के साथ, जहां पाकिस्तान की टॉप टीम्स अपने रीजन की बेहतरीन टीम्स बनने की कोशिश में मेहनत करेंगी। तमाम जोश और ड्रामा जो कि स्प्रिंग सीजन से चलता आ रहा है, हम तैयार हैं सारे जोश और जज्बे और एक्शन को नए फॉर्मेट में देखने के लिए। PMPL पाकिस्तान फॉल स्प्लिट 2022 की लीग स्टेज को 3 हफ्तों में तकसीम किया गया है। हर हफ्ता 5 मैच के दिनों पर मुश्तमिल होगा और हर रोज 5 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। टीम को ग्रुप में शफल किया जाएगा और हर टीम एक दिन में 4 मैचेस खेलेगी। हफ्ते के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 12 टीमें एक इजाफी मैच लिविक मैप पर खेलेंगी। हर हफ्ता नया शुरू होगा और पिछले हफ्ते के आदात शामिल नहीं किए जाएंगे। लीग स्टेज के दौरान टीम्स को बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने का मौका मिलेगा। यहाँ 4 मौके बोनस पॉइंट्स हासिल करने के होंगे, 3 बार हर हफ्ते की दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से और 1 बार मजमूई दर्जाबंदी के हिसाब से। 3 हफ्तों के इख्तिताम पर टॉप की 16 टीमें अपने कुल बोनस पॉइंट्स की बुनियाद पर फाइनल्स में चली जाएंगी। वो टीम्स अपने फाइनल्स की शुरुआत अपने बोनस पॉइंट से ही शुरू करेंगी जो उन्होंने पूरे लीग स्टेज में हासिल किए थे। इसका मतलब जो टीम लीग स्टेज में अच्छा करेगी उसको फाइनल्स में मायने खेज फायदा होगा। फाइनल का खेल 3 दिन पर मुश्तमिल होगा, जहां हर रोज 6 मैचेस खेले जाएंगे। तीसरे दिन के इख्तिताम पर जिस टीम के सबसे ज्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे वो PMPL पाकिस्तान की चैंपियन कहलाएगी। इसी के साथ टॉप 6 टीमें PMPL साउथ एशिया चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगी। अब किस तरह टीम्स नए फॉर्मेट से वाकिफ होंगी, जानने के लिए हमारे साथ बने रहिए।
Hello and welcome to this week 2 day number 3. Yes, 1 day break definitely was given to all of these teams and players, but now we continue on the journey and continue on the saga with day number 3 right here at PMPL Pakistan region, where it's a big thanks to Oppo for making it all happen once again all over these years. Again, it has been a very big boon to have Oppo along with PMPL, and alongside all of that, when it comes to the aggressive stance, you know for a fact that these teams are definitely grinding it from the Pakistan region. At the same point of time, Oppo brings us F21 Pro to up our game basically and get that, of course, uncover the beast within you. With that, let's also have a look at the prize itself, which is going to be, of course, available. We just saw that beautiful video, the format video, which explained as to what these teams are working towards. Yes, you've got the SA Championship where only 6 teams are going to be able to qualify, how that'll work out, but overall, along with all of that, we also do have the $100,000 prize pool to actually bring up, because this is what will be motivating these teams. As we can see, all the 16 teams are going to be able to participate in that total prize pool. But at the same point in time, well, one thing that is going to be, of course, brought out right here is going to be, well, that point structure itself. That point structure is what will determine who will be the one at the first position, who will be at the second, and those points themselves are a little, well, I would say not little, majorly in fact factored in based on how we have, of course, the elimination point, and that one elimination point that will, of course, award you 1 point, and that in turn these teams have been racking up amazing numbers for. I mean, you're looking at 17 eliminations in one single game along with a chicken dinner. Automatically, a team with 17 eliminations in a single game with a chicken dinner is boosting 32 points from one single game. So the elimination points definitely play a very key factor for these teams. Now, going back to what that format video was talking about, that bonus Livik map that is played every single week on day number 5, the 6th game. Every day we're looking at 5 games that are played in the week, but the 5th day, the final day of the week, 6th game, an additional game is played, which is played on the map of Livik, and whichever teams, the top 12 teams in the ranking, in the overall ranking, the ones that will be able to qualify are the top 12, and they play that additional map of Livik. And once they start participating in that, they rack up points. Now, those points are going to be added on into their grand final when the journey starts with week number 4. But right now, let's get introduced to the groups themselves. We, of course, are looking at 20 teams, and those 20 teams are being divided in these 5 groups. Starting off, of course, on Group A itself. Now, this time around, we do have a change where I8, FS are going to be part of it. Now, as we progress on along, of course, to start the day off, Group E will not be playing the first game. That means TFD, BABLU, as well as Regicide and the Grounders will not be participating in the first game of the day. Now, the first game is very important as well, of course, as we do know that this is going to be the momentum starter for these teams. And of course, BABLU, Regicide, TFD, TG not able to participate. We'll see them come into the action later on as we progress on with the day. Along with that, let's get introduced to the overall ranking itself, the storyboard as I like to call it. Till now, what has the storyboard been like? Well, overall ranking after all the 2 weeks, well, again, 1.5 week is what I should say, because first week 5 days are done, second week 2 days are done, this is the third week. In total, the teams have played 29 matches, where I8, when you talk about the league standing itself, well, they are looking very comfortable with 6 chicken dinners to their name, 420 points up on top, and following them very closely based on the performance that Magnus Esports have been able to accumulate in week 2. They are very much at the boot and trying to catch up to I8's performance, where the second position there's 393. But as we push on through from 420 all the way down to 10th position Team Star, there is a stark difference with 200 points for the side of Team Star. But moving on from that towards the second page, now this is where a lot more is divided. In fact, from first page we saw from the first team to the 10th team, we are looking at a 200, almost 180, 200 point difference. On the second page, it is still doable, but of course, it is still a massive, massive lead that the team sitting on the 11th position have been able to get, which is 3x Esports with 204 points compared to 52 Esports sitting on the 20th position with 111 points. Now, again, if the next 3 days, day 3, 4, and 5 of week 2 end up going fabulously well for these teams sitting on the second page, they surely can climb up. They can definitely climb up, and this is where we're going to be looking at the top 16 teams that will, of course, participate in the overall ranking. Now, my apologies, in the grand finale itself. And those 16 teams, well, we are going to find out the answer to that as to which ones are they going to be at the end of week 3. But right now, as we are part of week 2, we are pretty much in the intermission week. After having that 1-day break from yesterday, I am definitely sure that these teams are going to be looking at a very different sort of a storyboard today as we progress on along. Along with that, let's also have a look at the team that is sitting up on top. As I mentioned earlier, a team that is sitting all the way on top based on how their week 2 performance is going to be Magnus Esports with 133 points to their name. Now, looking at the way the comparison has been drawn right here, their performance in week 1 day 2 compared to week 2 day 2, I mean, clearly indicative of the fact that they have been that much more dominating. You talk about the damage dealt, almost 400 plus points right there. You talk about the healing, well, again, they've been part of fights. That means healing have to be the second measure to all of those fights that they participated in. Along with all of that, look at that boost coming in the name of elimination with 8 compared to 9.8 in week 2 day 2. So all of this, of course, clearly indicating as to why has Magnus Esports been the one that is in the limelight, especially in week 2, and also considering the fact that this team walked away with those chicken dinners on day 2. And I talk about chicken dinners, you heard me right, because this team on the map of Sanhok walked away with a chicken dinner with 7 eliminations confirmed for themselves. Moving away from that game towards the second one or third one on the day was Miramar, where they walked away with 14 eliminations and again a chicken dinner. And to close the day off, they were back in the limelight on the map of Miramar once again with another chicken dinner. So 3 chicken dinners in a single day is what Magnus were able to accumulate, as we do have 2 of them going on the map of Miramar. 2 other highlights clearly showcasing that prowess that Magnus moved on along with. And this is where the fight got so very close, but Regicide again, they were so close yet so far just not able to clutch it. Now this is where Sanhok map converted into a chicken dinner, and then moving that away was the next third game of the day, where indeed once again Magnus on the map of Miramar, they were so very dominating. T20 Qwerty, he tried his level best, he was so very close, but he got a little too greedy. He went down south towards that ridge to take down another opponent. As soon as he did, Magnus was just a 2-man squad. The Grounders had all the opportunity, being on the higher ground, to be able to capitalize that game, but sadly was just not a conversion, and Magnus played it down to a T in terms of the way they capitalized that chicken dinner. And that is what Magnus have been able to do in week 2 as of now. But again, you got to keep in mind that this is day number 3. we've already got that 1 day break that has taken place yesterday, which will definitely imply that when it comes to the way that we are expecting Magnus to play, it definitely ought to be improving. But what more can they improve if they've been able to accumulate 1 day into 3 chicken dinners? I hope they can convert 4 back-to-back ones. But at the same point in time, that keeping it away from the dream that I've got, that dream that I'm talking about, another way that Magnus can improve is just be consistent. Just be consistent. It's not necessarily always about those chicken dinners. It's about you bringing in those consistent plays and consistent points, because right now, if we talk about Magnus Esports, they're sitting up on top based on week 2's leaderboard, wherein they've got 133 points. Following them closely is going to be BABLU, sitting on the second position with 87 points. So the lead itself that Magnus have is quite a tremendous one. All they need to do is just keep pushing on that envelope again and again in today's games as well. 36 points is not going to be easy for any team to be able to capitalize upon. In fact, my apologies, not 36, 46 plus points that BABLU is going to have to get to reach the target that Magnus has created. At the same point in time, we did just see the groups that are, of course, subdivided between these 20 teams. The first game, A, B, C, and D group are playing. That means Group E will not be participating. And talking about that Group E, this is where we do have, well, BABLU that will not be chiming in. But talking about BABLU itself, we do have a comparison being drawn right here based on week 2's day 1 and day 2 performance itself. Now we can see a bit of a dip in terms of how they performed. Day 1 compared to day 2, drastic difference, a drastic fallout is what we saw in week 2's performance on day 2 itself from the side of BABLU. But hey, again, the ups and downs are continuing on forth for the side of this team. The only thing that I can hope that they are able to just push the envelope forth today is, if nothing else, go back to that week 2 day 1 performance itself. And that is what I do want to be able to see from the side of BABLU, because you talk about BABLU till now itself, till week 2, this being day number 3, there've been a lot of ups and downs. And overall, BABLU's performance, they rise up, and then the next 1 or 2 game, they sadly just are not able to capitalize upon, and thus they fall down short. And then the upcoming game or the upcoming day itself, they'll have some miraculous plays back-to-back, incredible elimination points, if not the chicken dinner, but then will falter down again. So the to and fro's that we are seeing from BABLU, I just hope that they're able to rectify that going into day 3 of week 2 right now. But once again, we know that these are high caliber players, and of course, at the same point in time, one of the biggest thing that goes in favor of BABLU is their name and, of course, the skill that they've been able to showcase. Now, does it mean that maybe there are moments where they do falter down and it's just being too haphazard? Perhaps that can be a question that can be drawn, because there are fights that we have seen from the side of BABLU where they have overindulged and overengaged and things have not gone in their favor. At the same point in time, when it is played out right, when they play it safe, when they play it right, then the cards are definitely aligned for them to get that perfect elimination point as well as a chicken dinner game for themselves. Now, week 2 is going to be very critical for BABLU because they are sitting on the second position. They do have 87 points based on week 2's league days themselves. And all in all, what we want to be able to see is the team of Team BABLU is able to just capitalize these upcoming 3 days, considering today as well. They should be able to rack up those numbers. And of course, looking at the synergistic duel coming in from the side of this team. Now, Teen Wolf, Pan, we've seen them again and again. Zebian being one of those players as well, who's always so very critical in terms of how he's able to draw the attention towards himself or move it away as he tries to get that perfect push in towards those final moments of the zone. Same is the case for Pika OP as well. But also, having said that, there are moments where the entirety of BABLU fall down. They just completely falter down, and that again is based on the momentum itself. One game you will be doing really well, it's not necessary that the next one you will be in your favor, and that those ups and downs, they just carry on forth. As of now, to just summarize it all, they are doing pretty well. They're sitting on the second position. Nothing better could be anticipated. Yes, sitting on the top would have been better, and maybe by the end of the day we can see that dream come true from BABLU and their fans as well, as we do have the schedule on our screens. Of course, 5 games are going to be played today, as we do have Sanhok, Erangel, and then moving on, the final 2 games are going to be on the map of Miramar. As we did just discuss, Group A, B, C, and D are going to be the ones that will participate in this first map of Sanhok. That means Group E will not be there. And in Group E, we just saw that we've got the teams like BABLU, we've got a Regicide, of course, along with that, the Grounders and TFD, who will not be present there. So we still do keep high hopes in terms of the next four groups, the first four groups who are going to be participating on Sanhok. We know it is going to be very important for these teams to capitalize. At the same point in time, to start the day off, it is the map of Sanhok. So you know that it is going to be one of the shortest maps we know in terms of the tile. That is Sanhok and the pool that is played in esports. At the same point in time, it is one of those chaotic maps where, of course, those third parties are also being brought on. Those fourth parties
All right, I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing all well because, yeah, there were some technical issues as a result of which I'm finally here. So we did have an eventful day number 2 of our week 2. Blade, of course, being one of the highest scorers with 65 elimination to his pockets. We did have a finisher, Ooze Gravity, but Lakshay, boy oh boy, what an amazing day has it been for Team Magnus, right? The way these lads have been playing, they look nigh unstoppable. And if they keep on playing like this, I don't think, you know, I8, one of those teams that has been giving competition to everybody else, they're going to be in any near contention. All right. So, you know, with the way things are right now, you know, we live in a very technical world. Sometimes things go left and right, and things go a little hippity boo, and as a result of which I'm here and Blotter isn't, and he'll be there in just a wee while as we, you know, talk about the other players also of our elimination leaders. Of course, it's going to be IQ, Knock Knock, Joker, Zen, and Zibian. But what an insane day number 2 had it been, right? Especially for Magnus, getting those last 3 chicken dinners in which they've played, getting that hat-trick that they had been eyeing out for so long. But as we talk about, you know, the other teams also, you know, there are a lot of things that needs to be worked upon, and that we have to get in discussion about teams like Triple Esports, Team 52 Esports, North Esports as well. I mean, these are the few teams that have got what it takes in them, but haven't really delivered so far, so yet. So today, of course, like we said, you know, today's day is going to be quite eventful because today we're going to reach that halfway marker of how many games these teams have to play. That is going to be number 20, and we have to see how their performance is going to be and who gets those juicy chickens for themselves. And well, anything is possible, but let's see who's gonna start dominating from the very first game itself, because, you know, again, when we take a look at the day, we're gonna start off things with Sanhok, right? It's gonna be A, B, C, and D. E is not gonna be playing this one out. So again, if we take a look at the group list, right, it's going to be Team BABLU, Regicide, Team Faulty Devils, and the Grounders setting this one out. Now we know one thing for certain, right? The map of Sanhok is so difficult to predict, so difficult to anticipate what's going on and what's not. So in that aspect, it kind of gets a little tricky, a little complicated to understand, or rather figure out what the other team is trying to do. Now, we have seen a couple of Sanhoks. We have seen a couple of very tricky Sanhoks even in the past, and that is where it kind of confuses us as to what's going on, right? Because Sanhok is one of those maps heavily reliant on where the zone is forming, how the zone is forming. and how a team's gonna approach those particular circles. If you've made the right approach, then you're good to go. Otherwise, you're pretty much done and dusted. But again, people might be thinking what's going wrong with I8. Even that's so the same thing has been the question on my mind as of now. And certain moments we feel like, yeah, they've got it, they're getting close to that chicken dinner. But certain moments, while the rotations, they're getting caught off in such situations, which is kind of unwarranted for, and as a result of which they mess things up. And yeah, as things go on, it's a good thing that we have a different team dominating our week number 2, right? Even we're talking about team Quraysh Esports. I think day number 2 had not been the best of the days for them. There was just that one third position finish, and same can be said for team BABLU as well, getting that one third position finish, and that's pretty much it, you know, because we also know they are capable of so much better. But I think enough chit chatter, let's directly head into the battlegrounds, ladies and gentlemen, and find out for ourselves as to how this game of Sanhok is gonna pan, and taking a look at which teams have already taken a plunge. And all right, so we've got Team Star dropping off as usual at Cow. We've got the likes of TmwEsports dropping off just beside them. There's no question whatsoever about the contestation of well, T20 QWERTY heading off to boot camp, where they really love to drop off. And for now, I mean, TmwEsports, another team, in a beautiful split as of this moment, as Metershot Sky. Well, we'll have to see what they're up to, right? Got some unwanted guests right in front of us, and how are things gonna turn out? The US virus already knocked out. Now that's not a good news for them, as Edgar, all by his lonesome, Thor and Joker have left him to fend for himself. Or maybe Thor is trying to be that friend coming at his direction. But the big questioning is, does he have the right arsenal to deal against Metershot Sky? Because Metershot Sky, let's be honest, you know, they've started off things pretty well. This time, however, they're doing decent, at least better than how they were in week number 1. So they've made improvements in the right direction. Edgar got by his lonesome. The only thought that's creeping in my head is, does he have the adequate weapons over here? Because Thor has reached out to Virus, and Metershot Sky have still not made any sort of moves yet. Alright, Virus having gotten the revive, but still the big question is, does he have enough first aids? Because look at Edgar, he's not moving a muscle, he's just waiting. I really hope he does have something handy, because the way things are, it's not really favoring TUF. It hasn't really been the kind of a weekday that TUF really wanted, especially the first 2 days. I mean, they're still in the contention of top 5, but clearly they could do better, miles apart from what they're capable of. But this is where I really feel that, you know, Metershot Sky should take more control over this entire area. They should take over the these compounds, and this is where Ash and the other Ash, MVP, have to really close in, provide support from a different angle, and that is exactly what their intention is at this very moment. Well, let's see what's going on. I8, another team that we have been waiting out for them. But taking a look at this particular circle, right, it is going to be somewhere around those northern areas, right? R3D, TmW, two of those teams being in really good contention of the zone, as Quraysh, Quantum Rage, two of these teams just on the southern side. And 52 Esports, you've got Firo, you've got Hassan. Again, we've seen those few semblances where we feel that they have got the potential, but eventually towards the end, haven't really lived up to the name and the hype that they had created in the previous season. But for now, again, silence ensues the entire lobby as Metershot Sky haven't yet closed in on Team TUF. Healthy. In the meanwhile, he's just trying to thread the needle, find the perfect opening. Just go in and get the shot connected. But looking at this particular setup, right, I really felt that TUF delayed it a lot, because there were times, right, when Metershot Sky did not have the other two players coming up to and looking for them. So what's really important that's gonna matter is how is Joker gonna respond to these two players of Metershot Sky that are on a flank of their own. It's gonna be crucial. Let's see what's gonna happen. TUF and MS Sky. Well, it's gonna be an interesting one. Still the patience game. Literally TUF, they're kind of in shambles, right? They barely have any loot on any of their players, and it's a big question as to how they're gonna keep up with this game, because if this goes on, they're basically done and dusted. Healthy in the meanwhile. Edgar seems to have been shot from elsewhere, so maybe Joker has a little bit of an information to play around with. I'm pretty sure he's heard those noises, and MS Sky are still oblivious about Joker's whereabouts. It's gonna be really interesting to see if they can make any good work of it. But for now, MS Sky haven't really applied any external pressure to TUF, to try to flinch them or try to make any sort of unnecessary movements and benefit from the cause, because that's pretty much what's going on. Metershot Sky in the meanwhile is trying to take a peek over there, as the game's already gone way too far, and both these teams haven't really budged a bit, because 3x Esports is right next to TUF and Metershot Sky. They might just come in any single moment, and if they do, and if either of these teams, that is TUF and MS Sky, aren't aware of that intervention, they're going to be in a whole world of trouble. But finally, some movement being visible from our side as TmW. They're getting shot, and that's going to be the players of North Esports. It's going to be Roshan. Gets a beautiful knock out of here. And as we move on ahead, Metershot Sky's Ash has been taken down. Seems like, well, TUF got that opening that they wanted, but just before that, the other Ash of Metershot Sky gets the better out of Joker, and seems like his cover had been blown. TUF weren't really able to capitalize, and we are back at square one, and the situation being a 3v3 fight. Now Ash, now this is something that Metershot Sky can really do. Now TUF's, their flank angles have been cut off. We exactly know where their position are inside the lobby, right? And for now, TmwEsports have 4 of their players just trying to charge in. It's going to be really tricky to see how they approach this particular zone. And R3D, well, let's see what they're up to. TUF In the meanwhile, we've got Ash right in front of us. Thor, just patient as ever. In the meanwhile, like I just said, you know, just a couple of moments earlier, 3x Esports, they're making their rotation, and it's gonna be really interesting to see how can they pull it off. In the meanwhile, Tyrant and Miracle, Tyrant really has a good high ground advantage for himself, but TUF, they are just restricted to that one compound, and at this moment they might be, you know, kicking themselves in the feet as to what on earth should we do. We do have, of course, Thor and Edgar. Look at him, that is how miserable he is right now. Same goes with Virus. Does have the weaponry though, but nothing to really heal himself, and you can see the tension right on their faces. Again, it's the map of Sanhok. It is not the way TUF would want to start things off. They want someone to make a mistake, but Metershot Sky, not even moving. I do not know. What do I infer from this particular situation? As we do have a different fight, which is rather a faster one, as Kian gets taken down. Amir makes really good work of it as H2E. Let's see what these lads are up to. As the nades are being flung over, Maxi takes a huge beating out there, gets knocked out, and it's going to be really interesting to see how things work out. But either ways, H2E, they've lost out on a player. North Esports, they've also lost out on a player, and to make things worse, well, Amir is already in the water bodies. He of course needs to get back to his teammate somewhere down the line. We do anticipate the circle kind of going down to where the players of Team Magnus are pretty much comfortable around the Paradise Resort, but very soon we might get to see them locking horns against maybe the likes of T20 or maybe Quraysh, whoever makes it faster. As this game progresses, Kelsey, Ash, both now in the same compound. Finally, they've made some work. They've decided to reunite. But still the big question remains, you know, Thor, they're just being patient. Both these teams are in fact so patient. And that's, I do not know if they're aware of it. That's going to not work out for them. Eventually, as TUF, they've kind of lost on one more of their players. And this is not good news, right? This is a moment where Metershot Sky should be the ones pushing in. A 3v2 situation, I take that because, again, kind of relieves you from that pressure a little bit. You need to prioritize the circle. You do know that eventually, even if you get those eliminations, you still do not have any of those loot to work around with. And for now, again, T20 3x, Quraysh Esports, all being in close proximity to each other, and even for the likes of Magnus, right, very close to the lads of T20, and that is how they've always been playing, right? No matter whichever map it is, they kind of like to play around those splits, and that is what they've been doing. For I8, however, we did see them dropping off at the eastern side of Quarry around those Kampong areas. They've managed to get their loot done. They've taken over that eastern side of the map. Now the next circle shift, it's going to be really, really important as to whom is it going to favor. All right, Now, this is one of those circles that I think Team Star must be really happy to witness. And TmW, again, they'd be happy as well. But for the likes of H2E, now this is where the trouble arises. How do they make their way inside the circle? Because if they go directly through the water bodies, they might have to face against the likes of North Esports and TmW, or maybe even R3D. But for now, we've got Metershot Sky gathering enough cojones to try and go in for the push. And there you go, Virus still trying to put up a standoff, but nothing really matters because Metershot Sky have finally eliminated TUF. And this fight, ladies and gentlemen, took 14 minutes to come to a conclusion. Could have possibly broken the record of the longest fight ever. I don't know, production, if you can verify that, that would be really great. But well, Quantum Rage, they seem to have taken the Kings of the Hill position, and 3x Esports, just where they were, they've taken that spot now. But I'm pretty sure they must have heard all those gunshots in the nearby vicinity and would have acted across it. But for now, we've got T20 QWERTY. Alright, Spark really in a whole world of trouble, but maybe not, because Halsey, he's been taken down. Ash, Khatir, two of these players. But let's see if we can get the res up. And Quantum Rage Spark wanting to lob one more grenade. And kaboom, it goes. But still, no connection whatsoever as JD closes in on the gap. And this is where, well, still does not have that perfect fine angle. Or maybe has he spotted him out? Just one with the nature. And Ash, his heads are visible, but Goku was sort of oblivious about his positioning. Instead, gets taken down. Quantum Rage in a little bit of a situation as Halsey strikes back. That is another one. And Metershot Sky suddenly deciding to go with the push. And, well, they get eliminated. Metershot Sky, what an eventful run that was. But I think the woes for Quantum Rage are not yet over, because 3x, they're right beside them. They might capitalize on that situation, given that two of their players have already been taken down from the equation. And serious. Oh, that's a beautiful nade coming in. Leader. Fantastic knock, but Miracle taking down Hasu. But look at Mary. Does put down Spark. And there you go. Quantum Rage. They've also been wiped out. And 3x Esports, well, they somehow live to fight for yet another day. As now, ladies and gentlemen, we head into the next circle where Magnus still have a really good contention. And Magnus, boy oh boy, they are on a whole different level right now. Being shot from behind. Quraysh Esports. Who might it be? As we have yet another fight. Maybe that could begin. As R3D making sure they make things worse for Triple Esports as they try to make their way inside the circle. I think for Triple Esports, it is the last player, Thug, who is the lonesome surviving member. And against the blue, he's got to cross the water body and has to get to the land. It's going to be so difficult, especially with the fourth circle starting to close in right now. He's going to make some work out of it. As I8, well, they've gotten a decent position, but they have to get inside the circle. Now, Freestyle and I8. Now, this is one of those fights that we've even witnessed in the past. I think the last time it happened, Freestyle did not have any trouble dealing with I8. But this time, I8 are aware of the surroundings. And as you can see, that circle shift Magnus still having such a beautiful spot inside the zone as I8. They have to get inside, and they are aware of the fact that Freestyle are right beside them. They need to find some cover, and that's at at one point also make sure they've got their eyes on the back lines. As a buff, being very cautious. Freestyle does not have a lot of first aids to play around with, from what we can really gather. Just two. They've got to make that hasty move inside the circle. I do not know if they have any vehicles or not, but I'm pretty sure Malik is spotted out. The likes of Blade. Blade being extra cautious, not making his entire body visible, and that's a sign of a good player. He knows what he's doing, because if he gets knocked at that particular situation, that is gonna give Team Freestyle such an amazing entry inside the circle. Blade did take maybe one single bullet shot, hence that little damage, but now he's gonna start packing things up and close in. They understand, as IQ and Ghost, they've taken some good spot inside the zone, making sure that the teammates get there in time, as we have yet another fight breaking down amidst us, ladies and gentlemen. Quraysh Esports against T20 as T20 in a little bit of trouble, as those grenades go out as 4 trucks and 420 boy. But it's the 5th zone. I do not know if it's the best idea to maybe go for that revive, but could be a really better idea if he does just give away his first aid, as Amer spots out IQ. IQ really not anticipating that threat from directly that 12 o'clock, and they've been paying a hefty price. Like I said, they do not have any compounds, but as NorthEsports were thinking maybe they could capitalize on it, they're getting shot from elsewhere. A typical Sanhok fashion, as the tides and tables have flipped, ladies and gentlemen, because the circle has taken an even more northern shift, and that means Team Star is in such wonderful contention of getting this chicken dinner. But look at T20 as Gravity decides to push at Rafe's direction, and eventually ends up getting himself knocked out, as Khan not being able to provide the cover fire then. Does now though. Is it a little too late? Because that's the big question. As Quraysh Esports got a few of their players knocked out, and it's not really working out, as Freestyle finally decide to push in on the players of Team I8, as one of them has already fallen out, as Uzum somehow managing to deal with the players of Freestyle, as they have also been taken away from this game. But NorthEsports still applying some relentless pressure at their direction, as well, T20 can't still outside. This is Blue, and just has 2 first aids to work around with. Would want to collect a few more, but the big question is, can he though? Because with the circle now taking even a northern shift, well, I8 now they're reduced to just a 2-man squad, as Khan finally has the life snap out of him. As for now, we've got the players of Magnus in contention with 3x, as Tyrant he's been taken down. Miracle might be doing a healing battle. It's all on Mary, who's on not at the best of HPs, and he's gonna maintain that trigger discipline. Finally blows open, but not really decisive in going after a certain target, and eventually has to pay the price. Magnus Esports still have all 4 of their players surviving, as Tarzan is waiting to cook up a grenade at Fero's direction, and there you go, beautiful nade comes in. H2E managed to get the better out of 52 Esports, as they also have been eliminated from this game. As now Team Magnus knowing exactly where I8 are. IQ, he's been dealt with. It is the final player surviving. It is going to be Ghost. He's taken multiple damage from different directions, and I think he'll also be put down 6 feet under, as Team Star really capitalizing on that beautiful zone that they've received as blessings from the PUBG gods. And now only the final 5 remain. Miracle, Tarzan, everyone going for a healing battle. Same with the final player of NorthEsports, who's just around the edges. Now just 4 remain, as Miracle trying to come in. God Fury just spraying in through that murky smoke, hoping a single bullet really connects, but hasn't yet, as Miracle has been taken down. Team Magnus, now this is the true test of what they can do, because again the zone has shifted, and this is where they might be cursing themselves, but they are applying some pressure on towards the players of Team Star. Well, gotta see as to what really happens over here as Team Magnus. Let's see what they're up to. Knight, finisher is being dealt with. God Fury gets that beautiful trade, but Erangel, look at him, just being really calm, silent. He knew exactly where his draw lane was. I did not know if it was the best of ideas to open up on his possession, and a little bit of a trigger discipline could have been much better, could have earned himself that second position. But regardless, now Team Star, they have recuperated as Faster gets knocked out, comes down to the final player, and that's gonna be finisher. Gotta see how he plays things around as there you go, God Fury gets the better out of him. It's all about finisher trying to make a last ditch attempt. That final first hit coming in, it's a 1v4 situation. Clearly we know which direction this game's heading on towards, and Team Star, they know how to play with their bait, how to play with their prey, as they successfully get a winner chicken dinner for themselves. And what a game was it, ladies and gentlemen. 9 eliminations for Team Star, and they managed to secure that 6th position on that overall leaderboards. And quite an interesting game it was. I felt really lonely, but now I believe the stage is all mine, and I like some attention. But we're gonna talk more about this game and a lot of other things after this short little break. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and you are watching, of course, the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Fall 2022, and this entire event is sponsored by Oppo F21 Pro, so do not forget to check them out. And got some really classy, snazzy collections out there for you. 2 amazing colors, and you know, to get the best results, you need to have the best of the phones at the best of the prices, which Oppo F21 Pro offers. And yeah, the link is in the description, might want to check them out. But this particular game was well, I mean, not the way we imagined really Sanhok to be. It wasn't that chaotic, because if you remember, it took 14 minutes for a fight between Metershot X Sky and TmwEsports to finally come into a conclusion, and that is something that nobody really thought. Metershot X Sky, they were really very slow with that. But regardless, you know, the MVP of this game is going to be Erangel from Esports with those 3 eliminations, 593 points of damage. But I really felt he could have done much more better. There was no reason whatsoever, you know, to just fight it out, you know, go for those finishes over there. Could have gone for the position points. Definitely the MVP by the stats, but I really felt he could have done way better in that particular situation. However, still got his team a top 3 position with a few elimination points, so maybe no complaints in that department. But yeah, I think with the way this game's been going on, Erangel, well, 2 eliminations for him, finisher 2, Miracle 3, Tarzan 3, and then we've got Miracle from 3x. We've got quite a lot of repetitive names, and I'm starting to wonder if you know, teams can get a little bit more crafty especially the player names. As we take a look at the match rankings, ladies and gentlemen, it is gonna be Team Star getting that chicken dinner, 9 elimination points, of course, courtesy that circle shifting towards the northern side, and Team Magnus at the second position with 6 eliminations. So even Magnus did fairly well. It was all about that circle deciding into whose lap it falls, and it was Team Star, and they made good work of it, and as a result of which it was an eventful game. But that's where we're not done, right? That's just the first game of the evening, and Team Star, that's a huge push. But even for Magnus, I mean, somewhere down the line their winning streak has been broken, but with a hashtag 2, you can imagine the consistency of these lads, right? They have played, I guess, around 9 games. Out of those 9 games, they've already earned 133 points. Shows how consistent the squad has been, and they do not look to be stopping ever since. And I think the lead that I8 has been building up for themselves is not going to matter anymore, because I think if things progress this way, I guess we might have our new table toppers, and I8 they found their competitors finally. But talking about I8, they were in a sort of a dicey situation, right? They had to engage against Freestyle, who were on their backlines, and eventually they were joined by the players of North Esports. Now, taking a look at the damage graph, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Team Star and Team Magnus having some really close and high damage with each other. North Esports as well, 5 eliminations for these lads, and 3x also. So everybody had an equal contribution. 52 Esports could barely fire a shot, and you can see that eventually, which is evident. TUF, however, they really need to climb back. They certainly have to, somehow or the other, because well, next game's gonna be in Erangel, right? We're going back to the pasture green lands, and we won't have teams from Group D participating in that one, which means that Team BABLU, Regicide, the Faulty Devils, and the Grounders, they'll be back in action, and we would love to see them. But yeah, I think it was a rather slow-paced Sanhok, I must say, or maybe it was just me casting alone. That could have been the case. But yeah, let's take a look at the overall rankings of this particular week, and find out how the teams are performing after playing all these games, especially after playing day number 3's game number 1. There you have it, Magnus, 9 matches and 151 points. You can imagine the kind of a pace that they're going through, almost getting around, let's say, 17 to 18 points a game, and that is absolutely ridiculous. Quraysh Esports on that second spot with 90 points. I mean, Magnus Esports have basically become the I8 Esports of week number 1. They have impressed us with the performance, and the best part is they do not seem to stop at all. Team BABLU, however, we haven't seen them in action, and pretty much if they come in the next game, have a decent outing, could potentially take over Quraysh Esports, as the difference is not too much, and they still have that extra 1 match buffer with them. So Team BABLU has also been pretty impressive in this particular week, but teams that really haven't been impressive have been 52 Esports, Triple Esports, TmwEsports. Then you've got the likes of Faulty Devils and Regicide. We were really expecting bigger and better things from their side, because by the end of the evening, teams would have already crossed that halfway mark into week number 2, and they need to still make sure that they make a comeback. But as we take a look at the schedule in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the map of Erangel. And like I said, Group D, they're not going to be playing this one. So Quantum Rage, QWERTY, H2E, and Triple Esports, Pakistan, they're not going to be here. And in Erangel, we've seen, Team Magnus really doing well. I8 hasn't really had the best of the days to play around. And in some time, of course, we will have this amazing matchup started. But I want to know from your side, because I usually ask this to my colleagues, and as you know, we are living in a tough world, right? And sometimes there are technical issues, technical difficulties, and let's see as to how or when they're going to be back. But you guys tell me, who do you think is going to win this matchup? Because that is going to be really important, at least for the other teams as well. Now, trying to make predictions over here, I really want BABLU to get a chicken. I really want a team that, kind of gives Magnus again a run for their money. We always love that comeback story, or maybe someone from the bottom 10 to get a chicken dinner, come into contention, because these were the moments where, if I remember, if my memory serves me correct, H2E started making a comeback, and they started having some really good games for themselves. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can win it out or not. But the first game of Sanhok, like I said, TUF, it's going to be an important game for them as well. But let's see what goes on. But for now, I'm just waiting for the match to get started. I'm sorry if I'm speaking a little on a rather slower pace, because it's just me over here, and unsure. But yeah, coming back now, with the way the other teams have been performing, Quantum Rage, I really felt they could have done much better, especially how they went around with their fights. And this team, however, not so major complaints. They haven't been the best team, but they haven't really been the worst. Always making sure they keep themselves in that top 4 contention. And that is a thing that has worked out. But TUF, very important game for them. And more importantly, even for I8, because they did build up quite a beautiful momentum in week number 1, and suddenly have been looking a lot lackluster in week 2. But yeah, for now, the way things have been going, of course, ladies and gentlemen, for the new viewers that have tuned in just recently, we've got a different format going on. And if you're new and you do not know, so the top 12 teams over here, they're going to be playing the matchup of Livik, a bonus map, at the end of this week, and the points are going to be added up. The overall standings, you do have those extra buffer points for the teams that place at the highest position. Let's say the team on top right now, Magnus, they're going to get those extra 20 points buffer, which is eventually just going to be kept in storage in their locker room, and it is going to come out only in the grand final. So you're going to get that extra 20 points added up. Imagine a team, let's say, dominates all 3 weeks, and even the overall week after, overall standings after that, so you get that extra 20 bonus points. So there are chances a team can start off with 80 points of buffer at the start of the grand finals. Now imagine how crucial, how intense it gets, and well, let's see what happens at this point. We're just waiting for the match to begin, and I'm really excited to see where the circle forms, right? Because that is going to decide what these players are going to do. But for now, well, it is all about just a waiting game. Let us know, guys. Let us know, who do you think is going to get the winner chicken dinner in this particular matchup, as the match, ladies and gentlemen, is on its way all the way from Siverny towards Quarry. And that is where we can see a really tough time for the teams dropping off at the eastern side of the map. And thankfully, I guess QWERTY would be thanking their stars, because it would have been a tough time going towards the prison Lipovka split that they usually resort to. But I think teams like Team BABLU, they're going to be enjoying themselves. Like, thank you sir, for this beautiful circle. And they're going to make movements as such. And right now, taking a look at how teams have been dropping, I don't think we're going to anticipate any early fight until and unless something really extraordinary happens in this case. Just waiting for the circle to form in front of our screens. Freestyle and Regicide in real close proximity, and I believe, the voice in my head says, Shadow, my savior. She's here to join us. So, Shadow, how are you?
Well, I'm good. How are you, Fixers? Carrying the show alone? One man army?
I've been hitting the gym a lot, right? And have developed some stronger shoulders. But yeah, I think no, again, it is one of those situations that was quite unforeseen. And but what was also unforeseen was R3D, going up and getting that beautiful knock for themselves. And just when I thought I was no more alone, Shadow leaves me and goes away. She'll be back in just a wee while, but for now, TmwEsports in close vicinity in a fight up against 3x Esports. Now, 3x Esports, we've been talking about Miracle. He certainly has been one of those players to look out for. As Kratos, oh, a flashbang. Interesting. See what they can make out of it. Kratos hooks up that grenade, trying to lob it at Kurama's direction. And Hyan gets picked off. And this is what I was talking, right? Does have that iron sight to play around with and still manages to get the job done. As they get the secure to themselves. And let's see, for now, what happens. TmW and 3x. Kurama, not at the best of HPs, needs to find some healings to patch himself up with. 3x, Tyrant, Kratos, and Mary. Three of these players. Alright, let's see. Reaper, what is he up to? Just given moment. As Miracle. Well, he's taking some shots. But for now, TmW somehow decide to hold on to their forts. Kurama, like you can see, ladies and gentlemen, barely has any healings to work around with. And for now, Hasu, gotta see what this lad has to offer as Kratos gets another beautiful knock. Now this is where TmW, they're in a whole world of pressure because Hasu's position has also been compromised. Mary, he's making a run for it, and any given moment can have his position compromised. Has decided to lob a grenade. Maybe if it lands into perfection, could get some good decent knock, and there you go, Tyrant falls down, eventually sort of slowing the pace down for the lads of 3x Esports. But one more grenade and this could be absolutely perfect as Tyrant's confirmation comes in, and they're sort of helpless over there as Hasu finally decides to make a move all by his lonesome. Does have that vector along with that extended mag to work around with, and we know how deadly this weapon can really get. Just trying to juke the players around, just keep them guessing at this given moment, as I was really anticipating Reaper to be trying to go and get that revive onto it. Kurama, as Mary is taking some decent amount of damage. Hasu has shifted to his shotgun, has failed to connect on those shots, and there you go, Kratos instead with a shotgun of his own gets the better, and finally Reaper realizes, oh, he's got a teammate to save. And what a quick entry by him, and I'm pretty sure TmW, they must be angered. I mean, this was such a late rotation. Reaper could have done 146 other things, but he chose to come in pretty late. And this is where you need to understand how important team synergy is. And maybe now Mary is knocked off us. It's the perfect cue for Reaper to make some movements happening. And he's deciding against it.
Well, Reaper, the only lone player surviving from side of TmW. Well, the Water City is definitely not the area where you want a drop location clash or you want a close combat, because the water tends to slow your movement down as well. But Reaper finally found one knock, but gave enough chance to the players of Team 3x to revive their fallen comrades. So it's Reaper, he's up for a 1v3 situation from the window, who is trying to dish out some damage to the side of 3x Kratos over there. And let's see if we can take him down, because Kratos, all he has is a shotgun, and Reaper can pray, or hope that Kratos missed that single shot so that he can take him down. But right now he's relying on the throwables, utilities out there, Molotov, smokes, everything he had. He's using it in his favor, but in the end, no knock is coming out. But a 1v3 situation. Let's see if he can do it. Seems like impossible right now because all he has is a little squad house in his favor, and right outside are the players of 3x, 3 players and Team BABLU. I can see on the map Team BABLU is also lurking nearby. That means a third party situation can come in, and that will be a blessing in disguise for Reaper out there.
I mean, yeah, that could be a blessing in disguise, or could just mark the end to him. But for now, 3x Esports just deciding to try and push into the smoke, and oh, Reaper. In just a matter of seconds, we get to know what happens as the stun grenade is still there, and they can make good work of it. But Miracle from the backlines has been knocked, and R3D, they've come in. Finally, 3x make move and get the better out of Reaper as TmW. They've been wiped out. Team BABLU, they've been taking some damage over here as R3D out of nowhere shadow decide to spoil the party for them, as Team BABLU now they've got to go on a retreat, or maybe they want to fight it out against Team BABLU, as Dani's position has well been spotted out. Now 3x can also enter into this particular fight, but R3D, they have the man advantage in this particular situation, as a Molotov drops at right in where Dani was, as Destroyer comes out in the open. Dani trying to reposition himself. The pressure is immaculate, but still manages to secure that beautiful knock. And now Destroyer gets knocked out as well, courtesy to Pan. Team BABLU have started taking over control in this particular fight, but Kratos comes in swinging, gets a beautiful knock from the far off fray as R3D. Oh, they decide to take Team BABLU out, Shadow. And now, well, 3x, they might also third party. They've already done that.
Third party after third party, the water city and the nearby area around that little town right now, third parties are happening. So many fights. Even the circle is also favoring it. That means Team Star, that is trying to come from the northern side, they can also join the party and do a third party on 3x and R3D Esports. We never know, but right now, well, the blood is falling down in the water city area in that particular squad house. 3x surviving with only 3 players. R3D also not having the numbers advantage. Only 3 players are still there. But on the other side, the team that has managed to keep them away from all that commotion are the players of Quraysh Esports.
Yeah, Quraysh Esports. You know, they've had no funny business, right? They're just playing the serious game. They did not have any trouble because, of course, Team QWERTY is not playing. So no intervention coming in from that Lipovka area, as TFT, they decide to have the center of to themselves. As we can see, this is pretty much a school apartment circle. North Esports has a really good area to contend around, but Metershot Sky, let's take a look at them, Shadow. They have yet to make it inside the circle, still looting around Novoripnoy.
That is typical Metershot Sky, I'll say, because in Erangel they always tend to go for the late rotations because they want that area quite empty, because a team QWERTY that likes dropping in towards the side of Milta, so they wait for all the teams to move inside the circle and they go taking the damage of the blue and then they move inside the circle. But right now, Reggie side was a team, specifically Ashad was the crosshairs of Team Magnus, who are holding Puchinki area, if I'm not wrong. Okay, they are outside the Puchinki, but ready side, their 3 players are still placed in the Puchinki. That means they have the control, they have the compound hard cover in themselves. But Magnus Esports, they have to deal with a little dip, but not so much problem because they are in safe vicinity, I'll say.
Yeah, at least for now. I mean, for Magnus, I have no complaints. The kind of confidence they're on right now, but Chalsa getting knocked outside the circle at this point. I mean, I'm starting to ponder what went wrong. I mean, was it any team that was gating them, or did they run out of meds? Because in the second circle, if you're running out of meds, then I think they've done some terrible looting. But regardless, we've got to see Team Magnus again, the team, the talk of the town, the entire country, because the way they've been playing Shadow, they managed to get that first hat trick in the PMPL. Pakistan Fall 2022, and have been impressive ever since. As Team Magnus, finisher again. You know, one of those very interesting prospects, even from the last season, representing 52x Rage, and they've been doing so well. Now a part of Magnus, and this squad has certainly given such a tough competition to the biggest stalwarts, being a relatively new team compared to the old dogs.
Certainly, I at Esports, they have been the in the top form. In fact, from the very first get-go, from the very first day, yes, initially they tend to have few bad games, but once they start picking up the momentum, they never look back, they never stop. But right now, in front of I8, which is in a 2v2 split, others of TFD as well. They have the control of the potato hill. That means they have the height advantage as well. I8 needs to be a bit careful because if TFD choose to close in the distance, they are outnumbered, but the circle is also going away from the side of I8 Esports, and it has taken a northern eastern shift.
Yeah, indeed it has. Now, Quraysh Esports, they have such a good control. Now, I think North Esports gave them that compound. It's going to be so difficult for them to claim it back, but they're trying to do so. But even Quraysh Esports, they're making a run for themselves. As Team Faulty Devils and I8, they might lock horns, but we have the major migration coming in from that western side.
Certainly, that is where all the third parties can happen. In fact, gatekeep can so many teams can try and gatekeep the other teams, but TUF are up for some interesting rotation. They're going for a very long northern detour right from the northern island, then try to enter from the side of Yatna. I think that is exactly what they are trying to do, but they need to hurry up because the blue will also start closing in. But R3D is also in a good spot, but the apartments, that is where the contestation is happening between Quraysh Esports and Grounders.
Oh yeah, Ghost in the meanwhile, the Grounders. Let's see what happens at this point. Siu, they've lost out on Jalsa, and Siu, I believe, is going to be Shapatar. As now, R3D, right in front of them, are the Grounders. And they've taken over the apartments. Now it's gonna be pretty, you know, difficult trying to push on a team that is holding on to the compounds inside, especially those apartment buildings. So many angles to check, so many corners to defend, and unless and until you get those 2 or maybe even 3 knocks, it is advisable not to go in for that push. But we also know that history has been a testament of the circles kind of going away from that apartment area. But 52x Rage, they've got the control over the L compound, which can really work out if the circle shifts in their way. But from my experience, I think it's gonna go to somewhere to the southeastern side, to where Team Faulty Devils or Metershot Sky are. As I8, well, they've gotten their arch rivals, that is in the form of Freestyle. I mean, that's been continuing from Sanhok, and it's been happening for quite a while, Shadow.
Well, certainly, but if the circle tends to go in their favor, they're going to punish FS. The rivalry is going to increase because the way they are spread out, the way they are having the control of the southern side, I think I8 are in a good spot. But somewhere I want the circle to be in the school apartments because that makes things very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So many teams can coexist in the apartment, and just as I say it, the circle goes far away from the apartments.
Yeah, that was sort of anticipated, right? We have seen that eastern shift happening. And this is where, you know, Regicide have a really good chance to take good control. But I8, Uzim, the one scout player just moving around. But Regicide do have that compound to themselves if they spot them out. But now we do have a push coming in from the players of Freestyle against the likes of the Quraysh Esports, as Zabaf just goes in ham, spraying down all his bullets single-handedly, somehow managing to, you know, deal with the players of Quraysh Esports, as Hasni and Jaguar, they're miles afar. North Esports have nothing to do with this. They need to get themselves into the circle as Mom2. Wasi has eventually lost out on his life, as Jaguar and Hasni maybe decide to push in for the fight, or they might go their own separate ways. But regardless, Freestyle, they live to fight yet another day.
Certainly, and the way they have pulled out this performance, I think they are going to be happy because they have got 2 defeat points as well. But now Quraysh Esports might be waiting for them inside the circle as well. But right now, R3D and Team Grounders are locking horns with each other as one of the player is trying to lob few grenades in their direction, but missing out on that perfect projectile. Well, these teams, they are in they are wasting away their resources, I'll say, because nothing good is coming out of this situation. Even if they've managed to find one knock, they can't just rush to the other compound openly, especially on the compound of R3D, because the way they are holding on to the angles is going to be quite difficult. But 2 of the players of Grounders are already leaving the compound. Let's see what's going to happen. Maybe they are going for a flank angle.
Maybe they are. But for the Grounders, I still need to figure out what went wrong with them, losing out on one of the players early on, as Hassan has been taken down by Zabaf. A long range finish maybe, as R3D, they're also trying to apply a little extra bit of pressure over there, as Uzim managing to spot out the players of Regicide Bars, but in turn gets traded off by a different team. It's going to be Cairo who manages to secure that knock from a different angle. They've got a little bit of a high ground to work around with, which I8 are still trying to figure out a perfect angle to try and give revive to their IGL, as Blade also has been dealt with. Now this is where I8 are in a whole world of trouble. Smokes have been deployed, but I'm pretty sure the players of TFT, or rather Ghost, is just trying to, create that little bit of a concrete cover by putting his vehicle in front of him, as Destroyer could just blow up the players of Quantum, or Quraysh Esports rather. Jaguar's being dealt with. Hasni barely on a sliver of HP. How long can he survive?
Not much long, because on the other side, there are the players of Team 52 Esports as well. Well, Hasni is definitely not in a good position, and Team Grounders other player also hit down, as Hawk with that M416 is going to find a knock. But before going down, Sui found a knock onto the player of Team Star. Can he get the confirmation? Because right now he's bleeding out. But somewhere other side, TUF and Magnus Esports are also locking horns with each other, as Edgar is still bleeding down. Joker Sir is a little far away from his teammate, but Virus is the one who is closing the distance onto the players of Magnus, who have a little bit of the dip, their advantage, and the smokes are also out. That is denying the complete vision to Virus out there.
Oh yeah, but for Magnus right now at this given moment, they've got the targets right. It is going to be against the lads of TUF. Now this rivalry we did get to witness, especially in that Livik map. But the Grounders have retreated a little bit. Freestyle are taking good control over this map, and now they are up against 52 Esports. Malik has already been taken down as Pain comes out of his cover, but Zabaf would eventually come out from that garage, gets that beautiful knock. Zabaf needs to get some impressive work done over here. He knows exactly where his prey is, shifts onto that M4, gets that one knock, does not manage to get the finish though. But however, both these squads have been eliminated as the final finish comes in from somewhere else. I've got to see who is the one, and that is going to be Anubis who lands that final bullet onto its Pharaoh, marking an end to their run. As the Grounders see you, he's been given that revival as IQ has been pushed upon the entire squad of I8, and the aggressors are going to be North Esports, as the grenade comes in from Roshan's side, and Ghost has been taken down.
Well, certainly, and Ghost is bleeding out, and Erangel OP Molotov is going to end things for the players of I8 Esports. With that, I8 has been eliminated at 9th position, and North Esports, well, they have 3 defeat points in their favor. While Grounders and Magnus, they are still locking horns with each other, as Grounders are trying to keep the players of Magnus Esports. Let's see how Magnus is going to rotate inside the circle. But Walker with that D28 is going to take Rafe down. On the southern side, Metershot Sky are also present. That means Faulty Devils, they are becoming the patty in the sandwich. One side R3D is there, they have to deal with Meteorshot Sky as well, and the smokes are giving away the position. Random shots are coming from the side of Khatir, but can he find the confirmation or the knock? That's the main question.
Oh indeed, that is. Now team Faulty Devils had created so much trouble for I8 eventually, but it was North Esports that took the stars out of their eyes. But for now, Meteorshot Sky, they're going to be making a move maybe inside the circle, or maybe at the direction of the players of Faulty Devils, as they just want to scout out where the last player is, and one good grenade could mark an end, or maybe just blow the vehicle up, as Rafe is still standing, still alive, as he lobs a grenade at Khatir's direction. Could dish some massive amount of damage. It's going to be Khane, as now Cairo has been taken down. Oh, those grenades coming in from Ash would be enough to wipe out the Faulty Devils, as now only the final 7 remain, as Khatir is yet to get a revive.
Well, the rescue mission is underway, but Ash is the guy who is taking a lot of damage from the side of R3D Esports. And let's see what's going to happen, because Metershot Sky, their position has been given away, and at the same time, the circle also goes away from R3D and Metershot, although it's few meters, but not Esports. Well, they are in the periphery, but they have to deal with so many other teams out there. And Drawlin, he's right in front of the TUF Virus, who is hiding in the smoke behind those vehicles. And Drawlin switching to FPP. Can he spot on Virus? But Virus comes out and takes Drawlin down, and that was beautiful confirmation coming in. This time Knight is trying to take down Virus, but can Virus get it down? Can he take the second player also down? And Knight again going with the FPP in the smoke, and finally manages to take down Virus, eliminate him. With that, TUF bids bye-bye at 7th position.
Oh, indeed. And right now, North Esports, we're going to see how they face against the likes of Regicide. Mr. Black, he's taking quite some hefty amount of damage, maybe from a different direction, but it's going to be Nocto who manages to secure that knock. And right now, Regicide, they're making a move. Well, Knight is taking some massive amount of damage. For now. Well, there you go. Final nail in the coffin for Team Magnus, as they've been eliminated at the 6th spot, still with 5 finishes.
Well, 5 finishes, 5 defeat points are still better than nothing. But right now, Walker is the guy who's creating trouble for the players of Metershot Sky. But Metershot Sky, as they have a hard cover for themselves. On the other side, the opponent team is the team that is getting down, and that Evil Boy also hit the ground, courtesy to the players of North Esports. But Avenger OP is out there in the open, and Team Grounders, they are making so much noise. But if they manage to get the complete control from the northern side, they can get few good defeat points more as well. But Roshan, beautiful grenade comes in, gets knocked down. That means Team Red side, Noki is the last man standing from their side.
It's getting really intense. At this point, North Esports, they've been high on their spirits right now. Especially, after taking out the big giants. They have not looked back ever since. Metershot Sky has been one of their best performances so far, as they've been engaging in fights. Finally, maybe have gathered that lost confidence, which was much needed from their side, and getting a chicken dinner would be an answer. They've gotten a knock on the players of R3D, and that is exactly where they're making that push. And I love this sort of stuff, witnessing from the likes of Team Sky, as again, another beautiful grenade goes in. Walker gets taken down, and that marks the end of R3D. Metershot Sky, they're on a roll. Regicide survived with just knock. Spots out of Venture. Still yet to take any shots at his direction, though. He gets the better of him. Things could get really flipping around. Metershot Sky, they would be the ones benefiting, because this Shadow, I think, could be that chicken dinner game that they were waiting for so long.
Well, certainly, Grounders managed to get one yesterday, and Metershot Sky, they are still to get that winner dinner for themselves, because we have been complaining so much where are the players of Metershot Sky, but this time they have the complete control of the circle. Everything is in their favor. They have the numbers advantage. Let's see if they can grab it. But somewhere else, Regicide, Noki, who is not moving a muscle, out there in the open, gets taken down. And Regicide also gets eliminated at 4th position. Good placement points in their favor, but Metershot Sky, 9 defeat points already in their favor. Looks like day number 3 is a comeback day for the players of Metershot Sky. But North Esports, look at Avenger OP and Roshan. They have a hard cover of that blown up vehicle, but is that enough? Because once they have Grounders as well.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be really interesting to see what goes on. Siu! They take a lot of damage. Mr. Black, well, he's got to get himself inside the circle, but before he even does that, Avenger will get a beautiful knock at his direction. But Metershot Sky, they're just waiting for the remnants of whatever survives as Halsey, just blowing up the vehicle, getting that perfect cover to play around with. Now it has come down to a 4v3 situation as the final 2 remain, and Metershot Sky, they have gone big. 11 finishes to their name. If they secure these 3 as well, it's going to be 14. And let's see what happens. Can North Esports pull out Rabbit out the magic hat. Yes, they've made the right work. Avenger getting that beautiful knock. Finally have deployed that smoky trail for themselves. But Halsey puts a stop at it as Amer is on really low HP. Ash taking some damage over there. But Amer, barely managing to get that first hit on. But that won't matter at all. As Metershot Sky get the final lane in the coffin. And along with that, get that first chicken dinner that they've been waiting for so long with 14 eliminations, 29 points earned. Shadow as now they finally climb up to the 16th position in the overall rankings.
Well, Metershot Sky, they are finally out of the dungeons and they have waken up. But look at the elimination points as well. I'll say they have waken up in style. We are here for the competition. We can prove our mettle, and they're certainly proving so. Because week number 1 was definitely not in their favor. And every single day we were kind of asking where are the players of Metershot Sky, and they were just waiting for this day, I think.
They were waiting for this day. This particular moment we've seen, for a team even like for the likes of H2E, just that one good game to spark that inner fire that has been kind of a little bit off. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk more about that after this short little break. Well, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, a huge shout out to our sponsors, Oppo F21 Pro, for the amazing work they've been doing. They've been not just the sponsors of this event, but also the entire region, that is the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan. And might want to check this sexy device out, and the links are given in the description below. But coming back to the match, it was an eventful one. Of course, the way it started, and we really thought we could have seen better and bigger things from other teams, but for Metershot Sky, they were the ones who were I think the last team to get inside the zone, because for a lot of time they were outside the zone still looting, and you did mention that they kind of tend to rotate pretty late. And the MVP, however, it's going to be Destroyer from R3D, right? He'd been in the thick and thin of things, trying to capitalize on third parties, trying to get into fights, and as a result of it, those 781 points of damage and 3 eliminations did earn him this MVP title.
Certainly, it's worth highlighting R3D Destroyer, because this man has clutched it out not just once, twice, but finally he becomes the MVP, which he was waiting for. But talking about the players we need to focus on along with Destroyer are going to be Halsey from the side of Metershot Sky, along with that Ash also of Metershot Sky. We have 2 Ash in Metershot Sky and Khatir also.
Yeah.
The entire squad.
Entire squad. Finally. I think it is going to be a delight for every Metershot Sky, because you just need that one tender, to light up the flames. And indeed, I think Metershot Sky, I think from here onwards, I really hope, fingers crossed, that they don't look behind. I think it was just that confidence that they were lacking. Finally, these lads have gotten it, Shadow, and I think it's such an amazing thing for them right now. Because it's still not late, right? It's still not late. They still have a fair chance. It's just week number 2. We still have one more week to go. We've just hit that halfway marker. So for the likes of Metershot Sky, it's such a nice time to, try and stage that comeback. But for the other teams, the grounders, I'm still wondering what went wrong with Jalsa, because taken down from the play zone, and none of his teammates coming to his aid to give him a revive at the first or maybe the second circle. And that is where, you've got the eyebrows up. But for North Esports as well, I mean, they've also been making some huge strides, right? Even in the game of Sanhok, they managed to secure that third position for themselves. And even in this game, so 2 constant back-to-back #3 positions with decent amount of eliminations. Now, they're also looking pretty good, pretty solid. Even for the likes of R3D, 11 eliminations for them. But this match was all about Metershot Sky. The way they played it around was impeccable. What a delight to to watch them in action.
Well, certainly it was worth watching the gameplay of Metershot Sky, because it was not easy for them. They were going for the late rotation, and even after that also coming inside the circle wasn't so easy, because they were right in the thin and thick of action from the southern side. So many teams were trying to rotate, but Metershot Sky managed to keep all the 4 players alive until the very end, and that is exactly what worked in their favor. But this fight also, the way Zarbaf saved the day for his team, that was also quite impressive.
Oh yeah. This was a little unfortunate, right? Especially for Quraysh Esports, considering they were having such a good run. But Freestyle also gave a pretty tough fight, especially Zarbaf. And we did see Anubis, playing spoil spot, getting the final pair of P2 Esports, just when they were thinking that maybe the squad wipe was there, but it got so chaotic towards the end. Not a circle that Shadow you wanted to see. You wanted to see something happening around the school apartments area, but regardless, it was filled with the action. The curveball hitting and the circle going towards that eastern side, and Ash finding the perfect weapon, the Tommy gun, going all gangster and just getting the job done. But well, the damage graph, look at R3D. Despite finishing well at the 5th position, they still have managed to get 11 finishes with 2084 points of damage. Now that is impressive, but even Metershot Sky, I think, cannot really steal their thunder in this game, at least, because I really hope this sparks their comeback and they do not look behind after this.
Well, we really hope so. They don't look back, because they had their bad days. Now it's a time for the good days. But R3D Esports, yes, the way they were trying to take so many fights, so many frontal battles that they were trying to engage in, contesting the compounds also, right from the fight where 3x was taking fight in the Water City area. From that moment, R3D was dishing out damage on one team after the other and taking defeat points as well. So R3D Esports, well, not a winner chicken dinner, but a very good game from their side.
Oh yeah, I mean, at least from R3D, yeah, this is exactly what we've been wanting and waiting to see from their side, because lately they've been going through a very turbulent phase, because last time also they were one of those invited teams and could not do much. And questions were raised at this particular team, and they needed to respond. They needed to give an answer to their critiques. And I think it's a work made in the right direction. But for now, it is going to be the map of Erangel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, teams from Group C will not be participating in this, and that means TUF, 3x Esports, North Esports, TmW will have to wait on for just a wee bit. And even for the likes of TUF, I do not know what's going wrong, because they haven't been showcasing that sort of a performance that they can, right? Their true potential. But look at Metershot Sky, right? Just one good game. And at least in the overall rankings of this week, they have themselves at the 5th spot. 8 position points of jump is what they've taken. And Magnus Esports still reigning supreme. 160 points, looking untouchable.
Well, the overall ranking is entirely different as compared to week number 1, because week number 1, all these teams like Grounders, Metershot Sky, even Quantum Rage started stepping up in the later half of the week. I think from day number 3, and Quraysh Esports, and this time all these teams are somewhere in a very good position in the overall ranking. They have a good foothold, but on talking about the other teams that are not showing up yet are Triple Esports, 52, TmW, and Faulty Devils.
Oh yeah, and with the way things have been going on, I think R3D, North Esports, both these teams making some huge strides today. The way they've been performing, I think I've been really enjoying them. But for the likes of H2E, T20 QWERTY Esports, I mean, Shadow, this is not where you would imagine this team to be, right? Again, T20 QWERTY in the first week, it was a team that was in the top 5. We expected them to come into the top 3. Eventually, they did. That one good day, which started off with that Sanhok chicken. I think they managed to get one more chicken up in their favor. And that is where we really thought, yeah, all right. They're still here. They haven't gotten back. But this week, it seems otherwise. We haven't seen a good game coming out from their side. Nothing really to remember for.
They had one good game day before yesterday. The very last game, Team Quality had a very good outing. Other than that, yes, this week they are not performing at all. Maybe because of the momentum they lost at the end of week number 1, because of the bad start of week number 2. Anything could be possible. The way they played the last game debut yesterday, I think this day also they will have a very good, at least one very good game.
I hope so. I mean, now that you've lingered into the memories there, yes, they did manage to get that second spot with 17 finishes. Now that is the typical T20 QWERTY we've been talking about, ladies and gentlemen. And just barring that one good performance, I think the other games haven't really made it, right? Haven't seen them getting aggressive right at the hearts of the enemies. The way they started things off, finished off at the 8th spot with 5 finishes the first game into this week, but that was pretty much it. But now heading on to the next game of Erangel. Of course, we would have a QWERTY back in action. They still have one more game to play. If they can get a chicken dinner in this one, maybe things can be a lot more different. But now, you know, it's time for predictions. Who do you think is going to back this one home?
You guys asked me for prediction. I have that 0 in the prediction chart over there, and you guys have 4 or 3.
You were
I'm
really
trying,
close to it.
Twice. Yeah.
And you know, that was on you. I did not ask you to change. You changed it in the last moment, and that is where, you know, things went south. But regardless, again, prediction chat.
I'll pick a team for whom things are going south, because everything is going south for me. I think QWERTY, are they playing this one? I think they are playing. Yeah, they are playing this one. So I'll pick Team QWERTY.
Team QWERTY it is then. At least I think we need to have well, some flavors, but I think I would really want to see QWERTY back in action. I also want to see them getting this chicken dinner, because we know what they're capable of, and all they need to do is have their minds into the same place together, right? Get those perfect rotations coming in. Hasn't really been a merry ride for QWERTY in Erangel pertaining to that long eastern rotation, especially when the circles have either gone a lot down south, or have gone a little bit towards northern side, or maybe towards that western side. But whatever the case is, the flight path trajectory, ladies and gentlemen, is right in front of us. Team I8, Sky, they're taking their own plunge, but the flight path trajectory is heading all the way towards Georgeport.
And despite that, Team BABLU are not heading toward their default drop location, that is North Georgopol, where they tend to go. Yes, they have a dynamic drop location as well, though this time again, I think they're heading somewhere towards Ferry Pier, because day before yesterday, also day number 2, they went towards the side of Ferry Pier. Oh, that was some other team, TmW. Yes, that was TmW that was trying to gatekeep the players of Team I8 and go for that bridge camp. Let's see if this time Team BABLU, can they do it successfully? Well, they are spread out along that coastline, but TmwEsports Hunter with the shotgun, and Usma of Team Star is in the compound. Let's see if Hunter can he land that perfect headshot onto Usma, and Usma is already given away the call that I need help. TmwEsports are right in my compound, or he is in the compound of TmwEsports. Rex with the Thompson, he had no idea that Usma was in the panic room, takes a lot of damage, but Hunter is the savior. He's going to save him, but can he take Usma down? That's the question. But with that, Rex comes in with a Thompson, takes him down, and Hunter gets a confirmation as well.
Well, again, Shadow, this is unexpected start for the side of a team that walked away with a perfect chicken dinner for themselves, right? Of course, because we had Team Star last time around, had that perfect game for themselves against the players of Magnus. But this time around, it seems like TmwEsports have a different agenda on their task list, and that definitely has been completed in the first few minutes of the game itself, where definitely the side of Team Star has been definitely damaged a lot. And of course, Sultana, as we can see, is the player who's going to be left all by his lonesome to try and of course make it out for him by himself. At the same point of time, for TmwEsports, a good conversion right here. But again, we of course know for a fact that when it comes to a team walking away with a 2-man or a 3-man squad as well, do have a capability of converting a high fragging game and perhaps even a chicken dinner. So nothing taken away from Team Star, but yes, a little bit of kerfuffle definitely is what they've had to handle in the first few minutes of this game.
Well, certainly, but right now the two teams are looking horns with each other are going to be 52 Esports and Faulty Devil. Both these teams are on the bottom half of the overall ranking, and fight in the very first circle, I don't think it's a very good idea, especially when you don't have enough resources and the best of the weapon in your hands. Let's see what's going to happen, which team is going to come on the top, which team is going to lead the charge and get few points in their favor. And looks like Pain with that Bison gets 2 knock onto Faulty Devils. That was a very good gameplay coming in, but Bison, I have to say, Blotter, this time that this is the best weapon right now in the close range, one of my favorites. But Pain, can he clutch it out? Can he take the third one also? And yes, he managed to take Cairo down. And can he take the last player also down? But no, he won't be able to, because Tyler takes him down. But an OP comes in, chimes in at the perfect moment and saves the day of 52 Esports, and 4 defeat points already in their favor. And Faulty Devils, a bad game again.
Indeed, a very, very bad game for them. Of course, as you so perfectly mentioned, 52 Esports, they needed this kind of a playstyle, and their player does deliver and stand up to the occasion. And of course, along with that, ends up becoming the first one to get that elimination marker for himself, as TFT to get eliminated, being the first team to get eliminated right here. Of course, at the same point of time, we talk about the center of the zone as well. The zone, of course, majorly favoring towards the teams that love to go towards the western side, the southwestern side specifically, where we know FS are almost always there. The grounders, Primorsk area is theirs for the taking every single time, but now it's going to be about conversion, because we can see from that bridge of course, Ferry Pier, BABLU is patiently waiting. Now, will they be patient enough to wait for I8 to make that rotation and perhaps stop I8 in their tracks as well? Because again, talking about the overall ranking, BABLU in week 2, they've had a decent gameplay, but now is their marker, now is their moment to shine and outsmart the competition. At the same point in time, talking about teams making that late rotation, we know, of course, towards no reply Metershot, they love that late rotation, that it hasn't really worked out for them thus far, Shada.
Last game, Metershot Sky, well, it worked for them. They got the winner chicken dinner. But other than that, yes, it's not working for them. Let's see if they can replicate the same performance second time, because that is required from their side. But with a single game, the boost in the confidence is definitely going to show, because right now they are in the top 5 spot in the overall ranking. From the bottom half, they are the top half. That is something they needed. But Pain, the way this guy almost clutched it. In fact, he clutched it off. The knockdown player of 52 Esports, I'm sorry, not 52, Faulty Devils got a revival. That's why he had to had a little trouble and he got taken down. But yes, a very good game, a very good clutch coming from the side of Pain of 52 Esports.
Absolutely, and it was a crucial one right at that moment where he was needed to capitalize, and of course he brought it down to just one final player remaining from TFD, and that too with almost no HP available, just a sliver of HP. That was so easy to convert into a perfect elimination, a team elimination, a team wipe right there for 52 Esports. But again, things could have gotten very, very close. A close call, of course, it definitely was, but that is what the battleground is always about. At the same point of time, now looking at Quraysh Esports, as Quraysh Esports themselves have had ups and downs throughout, but overall, once again, in week 2, we spoke about this earlier as well on day 1 and day 2. Quraysh Esports, they've definitely come back, but again, a lot more can be expected in terms of the aggressive stance from the side of that team, because we want them to, of course, participate in the top 12 for that Livik map. At the same point of time, on our screens, as we move across from one team to the other, we have a look at, of course, Regicide as well. Now, for Regicide, the team that is, of course, this time around playing from Group E are going to have to, of course, be very cautious in terms of how they take, or rather what teams they take on fights against. As we do have the map, we know that, of course, Quraysh are going to try their level best. So is the case for Regicide. But will the opponents allow? Because this is the intermission week. This is the second week, after which, of course, only one more week remains before we jump into the grand finals itself. So now is the do or die sort of an opportunity for these teams to start converting games for themselves.
Well, certainly it is very crucial. This is a very important day for all these teams, specifically for the teams who are in the bottom half, because right now doing a comeback, coming on the top is pretty easy as compared to day number 5. If you're leaving things for the last day, well, maybe you won't be in the top 12. You'll miss it by 1 or 2 points. But right now, Team BABLU are holding on to the compound, and the team that is lurking nearby our team, the players of Team I8. And looks like they have an idea. There are players and teams right in the cross process of IQ, who was trying to dish out some damage, but Teen Wolf is safe for now as he regroups with his teammate in the compound area. Well, let's see what's gonna happen as Zani also tried to dish out some damage on the players of I8.
Well, this is definitely looking good for both of these teams. For one side, of course, I8, they have the upper ground. They know exactly what compound to target. At the same time, for BABLU, they've got the compound. That means the safety net for them is going to be definitely secure. But again, all of it will be brought down to wow, and how exactly are these teams going to be able to start that rush and push, or rather, which team will it be that will be able to start that first blood between these two teams? And of course that opening is what they are going to be waiting for. But at the same time, I8, they need to be a little bit more careful, because as of now we can see that they are not surrounded on the top right hand side of the screen on that mini map, but they are in the open, so they can very well be third partied from a different squad altogether as they try and take down BABLU.
I'm just wondering if Metershot X Sky decides to take down a military base bridge area. Well, I8 can be on a sandwich situation, and that is where things can go south for them. Because like you mentioned, on the right side, there are teams, there are players who are lurking nearby. So I8 needs to find a safe compound for themselves, because this is not a position which they want to hold on to for very long. And they're already heading for the rotation. But Magnus Esports, well, they need to be careful, because Triple Esports are also making those rotation draw with that Scar L, tried to dish out with damage. He was not successful, but his teammate Zen finally managed to take down Psycho down from the moving vehicle and gets a confirmation as well. So Triple Esports surviving as a 3-man army.
Indeed, they will for now, and that is again going to be a-okay for now. Nothing too much to worry about for them, of course. But at the same time, the worries are going to start getting a little bit more chaotic, because we are closing in from the second zone, and we will, of course, now be looking towards where this third zone is going to be constructing towards. Of course, we saw earlier as well, the zone is majorly focused towards the western southern side of the map itself. Now, if it keeps constructing towards that side, it might as well force these teams towards the edges, towards those beach areas, and that is where, again, it has been a really long time that I've seen one of those games, one of these Erangel games end on a beachy front. But let's see if that'll be the case or not. For now, of course, as we do, of course, move on ahead, we still are looking at all 15. Well, one of the team, of course, was eliminated. That was TFT, but 15 teams still do survive after that, as we reach the 10-minute marker of this game. Alongside that, Team H2E, a team that is also going to be bringing themselves, well, of course, in the presence of course, the aggression that is known from Pakistan region. Sadly, though, a point for them will not yet be converted.
Well, certainly, point won't be converted, but Star Miracle finds an knock onto Zen, but faster retaliates and takes down Miracle as well. So that means both the teams have their teammate fallen down, but Sultana also gets taken down faster. Already managed to take down two of the players of Team Star. Can he be the savior for his fallen comrade Zen as well? But Rollin, he's already looking for the flank angle, or is he trying to move to a better position inside the circle? Let's see what's going to happen as Team Star right now. They are crumbling down, they're falling down, as God Fury is way too far away from his teammates.
Well, he definitely is, and this is not looking good, of course. But at the same time, we will see as to how exactly is this fight going to be converted, of course, because for now, as we saw earlier, Team Star had themselves at the receiving end. At the same time, now it seems like the numbers that had dwindled down for them are being a little bit of a problematic situation, as they do lose out on their multiple players. And with that, of course, we are left with Team Star's only one final player, as you mentioned, God Fury, who is so far away, will sadly not be able to help out for now for any of these teams.
Well, certainly it's not gonna help out right now, but Team QWERTY, the team that I picked right now, is already going for a rotation. Let's see if they are going to lock horns with the players of Team Magnus or not, because Magnus is right in front of them and they are on the tail. QWERTY are on the tail of Magnus Esports. Anything can happen, but Voltrix is having a height advantage as well. And these kind of circles, the buggy, the vehicle, that is of prime importance, well, all the four players are having, and looks like the circle is going to shift towards the side of Gatka. That is exactly where I was hoping. And Team Quantum Rage, well, they have the epicenter in their control, so the players of Reggie side as well in Triple Esports. But H2E, this team has impressed me by their gameplay, the way they are playing, because the improvement in the game has been, I think, evident in the overall ranking as well. But right now they're trying to move from the northern side that is completely unoccupied, where all the other teams are trying to fight with each other on the southern side as Voltrux gets taken down. He was too close to the players of Team Magnus Esports, and Magnus striked in, took him down, and Voltrux, all he can do is bleed out because his teammates are not going to help him out, because it's a suicide mission if they come for the rescue of Voltrux out there, because they have to deal with all the four players of Magnus Esports who are out there in the open. So it's a little hard to spot the players as well. But on the southern side also, grounders are also falling down, and FS also can close in the distance. That means double trouble for the players of grounders. But if they can manage to take down best players out there, so that means they have the complete control of the southern side. But a team that is again going for a late rotation, finding a free pathway inside the circle, are going to be the winning team of the previous game. That is going to be Metershot Sky. Let's see what's going to happen as 52. Well, they had the same mind as the players of H2E are also going for the northern rotation, but FS Malik finds a knock onto Mr. Black, and grounders, well, they are falling down as two of the players are already down on their knees, and Mom too, he has an idea. There is a player out there in the open, Sensi, who's in a very far off angle. Can he turn things around for his teammate? But right now his teammate Yui takes down Vasi, finds a confirmation as well. He needs to survive his own teammate as well, as Malik is holding onto the little shack area, but a beautiful grenade comes from his side, takes down one other player of grounders, but Evil Boy is going to retaliate as he finds a knock and a confirmation as well onto Malik. But can he take down the other player, as he's already going for a frontal battle out there, and he gets taken down by Zarbaf out there, and Zarbaf, well, he get the confirmation defeat point as well. But Freestyle, they have lost two of the player. This is something they were not hoping for, or I'll say they were not prepared of. But Team Grounders, they have the time to revive their fallen comrades, get all the players back in the game, and Grounders are looking strong. But on the other side, on the southern side, we have the players of Team 40 as well. Two of the players of 40 are also lurking nearby. Let's see if they can do a third party, if they choose to do a third party or not, as the circle is also going to shift any second right now. Let's see what's going to happen as Team FS. Well, they are finding the confirmation onto the fallen players of Team Grounders. That means Mr. Black is the only survivor right now. But amidst in all of the situation, the team that have finally managed to grab a good spot are going to be R3D. Well, R3D, the way this team have been making their rotations recently is quite impressive. This team again, they are in the safety of the circle, but Metershot Sky, well, Ash is taking a lot of damage, and the shots from the side of Magnus Esports. The top dogs are locking horns with the winning team of the previous game. Let's see which team is going to come on the top, as one of the player of Magnus Esports gets taken down. That means Magnus Esports need to be careful, because Metershot Sky, they're running high on confidence, and they have the periphery of the circle as well. That means they can gatekeep as long as finisher goes for a flank angle, because he is far away from his teammates. But Ash is going to get the confirmation onto faster as well. Magnus Esports already losing out on the players. They are outnumbered in this fight, as Finn the only man surviving. Right now, he's in a safe position, but I8 Esports is also opening things onto the players of Team Reggie's side, takes down one of the players. Can they find the confirmation or not? Only time will tell. But Quantum Rage just sitting silently. But I8 Esports IQ just survived a grenade. He lost out 80 HP out there. He needs to heal up really fast. But Blade, look at the nerves. He's trying to spot on the players of Reggie's side by moving the vehicle across in the open field area, as Loki is taking down the players after players of Esports. Blade and Uz gets taken down. That means IQ and Boost are the only players surviving, and Noki is already moving in the direction of Ghost. The smokes are going to give away his position, and UMP 45 finally chimes in, takes down Ghost. That means I8 is surviving as the only last player, but for how long, that's the main question. But Uzm got the revive, but he again gets taken down. But IQ, he's still hiding. That smoke, he's still hiding. Can he hide for very long? But I think he won't be able to, because he has taken a lot of damage from Noki, and with that, it has been eliminated by the players of Reggie's side. Well, another bad game coming from the side of I8 Esports. But Reggie said this team has been impressing everyone. They just took down the top dogs, the strongest team in the lobby. That was I8 Esports. Well, Reggie said, better be careful, because grounders are also lurking nearby.
Absolutely. They need to be careful now. With 12 teams remaining, as perfectly mentioned by Shadow, 18 minutes into this game, every single fight is a curing one. At the same point of time, we know for a fact that every single fight is also a crucial one for all of these teams, as I8 do get eliminated unexpectedly. But at the same point of time, that is what this lobby has dreamt of from week one itself, to be able to, of course, overpower the players of I8, and that is what we saw happen right here. At the same point of time, as we move on across from one team to the next, again, Magnus, a team that was looking very comfortable, have been dropped onto this one-man army. BABLU with all four players still standing. Of course, the information has been taken away from the side of Quraysh. As we can see from the left-hand side, that all just left the screen. The flank angle from Quraysh Esports' players is there. So BABLU, they are going to be in a lot of chaos in just a few minutes, as we do have all of the nade parade being brought on against them from Jaguar. At the same time, his teammates, as we can see on the top right-hand side mini-map, have already pushed on from the right-hand side. So the hill advantage is definitely in Quraysh favor. They know exactly where Team BABLU's players are, and the smoke wall is the only thing that's putting Team BABLU for now. But at the same time, Pan is going to be able to capitalize with that UMP in his hand, and a perfect approach with almost a sliver of HP will be able to bring down his teammate, but sadly, it's only Flood Relief that goes down. Of course, his teammate, Flood Relief's teammate, is going to be around to give that revival. That means a one-on trade from both these teams has been taken place, but a confirmed point has not yet been stolen. So again, there is still an opportunity for one of these teams to capitalize and, of course, walk away with that perfect point for the elimination. But it seems like, again, that perfect hill advantage is going to be favoring the players of Quraysh, and just like that, they will be the one who will be able to eliminate the players of BABLU. Sadly, BABLU were only able to get one elimination point from this game, getting eliminated at the 12th position.
Well, certainly, BABLU, I8, the top dogs, the teams that were performing so well have been taken on pretty early. Even Magnus is also surviving with only last player that is going to be a finisher, who is in a very close proximity to the players of Quantum Rage. But right now, out there in the open are the players of H2E, little spread out, and the players of R3D as well. Let's see which team is going to come on the top, as both are locking horns with each other. And Kian finally manages to take down Anubi is down, but he himself gives away his position and gets taken down by Mom2 of Team FS from somewhere far away. Well, R3D Hawk, he's trying to move inside the circle along with his teammate Tarzan, because at this point you have to prioritize the circle. But Quantum Rage, Serious finds an off onto Healthy also, but Triple Esports Hunter shooting on the vehicle of Sensi takes a lot of damage. Sensi goes down from the moving vehicle, and confirmation point is already been made.
Absolutely. What a perfect spray that definitely was, as of course they brought down Sensei from the Grounders side, as the Grounders themselves try to capitalize on the situation. Seems like things are getting a little too difficult for them to get this game for themselves, as so many fights are taking place from far away from Quantum Rage's perfect spray. We of course will see R3D's players getting eliminated, thus remaining are only 9 teams remaining in this entire saga, as the Grounders get eliminated on the 10th with 4 elimination points of their own. Quantum Rage, looking very comfortable from the edge of the zone from the northern side, are going to try and bring themselves forth slowly, steadily, because this two-man split from the side of this team of Quantum Rage is looking very synergistic, and how they're able to, of course, dominate, of course, with the conversion and the communication between the teams and the fights themselves from Quantum Rage's perspective. At the same time, from the back, you can see Magnus has one final player finisher. He is so perfectly set up right behind. Okay, my apologies, I shouldn't have mentioned his name, because finisher gets finished off as he gets spotted from Sirius from Quantum Rage, thus remaining are only 7 teams with 19 players in this map of Erangel.
Well, make it 18 as Asad has already been, also gets eliminated, and with that H2E bits bye-bye. But Metershot Sky, they have managed to keep all the 4 players alive, but they are in the crosses of so many teams, specifically Quantum Rage, who have the safety of the compound as well. This is the moment of the truth, when the circle is gonna shift and it falls down in the hands of Metershot Sky. Can they get the other winner chicken dinner as well? Because right now things are working in their favor, as JT manages to take down Hunter from Triple Esports down, and he's looking for the confirmation. Can he find the confirmation? I think he can find the confirmation, but this time Registrar also needs to move inside the circle. But Chasney is the guy who is going for an early rotation, as he realizes the importance that he needs to prioritize the circle right at this moment. But Quraysh Esports, 6 defeat points already in their favor.
Absolutely. This is quite a chaotic Erangel right here, where now finally we do have 5 teams remaining in front of us. We have Quantum Rage with a very good performance as far as the graph is. We have 6 elimination points in their name, but at the same time, it seems like JD is overextended with the level 3 kit that he's got on top of himself, trying to spray on the players of 50 Esports. But what he needs to be careful of, that 50 Esports in this specific game of Erangel, they are looking very much in control. They have definitely gotten a lot of points in terms of the way that they've been able to slowly but surely push on ahead from one fight to the next. And of course, they're not going to fall down that easy, but it seems like, of course, Quantum Rage, the only thing they've got in mind is to not allow 52 Esports to be able to enter. And just like that, the numbers that 52 Esports have been taken down from Quantum Rage as well as Quraysh from the other angle. Thus, of course, remaining are going to be 4 teams now. All in all, in this entire saga, Metershot have all 4 players still standing. Red side down with one of their players, and it seems like, of course, Abbas is going to get eliminated right here, as it seems like Red side are not going to be able to get that revive on their teammate. Thus, remaining from their side is going to be Ashara, going to be on our screens, making a lot of noise, and of course, with the AKM in his hand, he's going to be spraying down the players themselves. But got to keep in mind, Quantum Rage and Metershot, these are the 2 teams that this game is made for. This game is written for them, but can they convert it? They've got the 4-man advantage. Quantum Rage has, of course, the momentum working in their favor with the amount of finishes and the elimination points they've been able to accumulate. That's 9 already. But in all of this, we need to keep in mind that Red Side's one final player, Ashar, is still remaining with the AKM that we saw just a minute ago. He's up on top from the left-hand side of this perspective of Khatir. He can be a sore thumb for all of these teams and players. Even though he's all by his lonesome, he definitely can. And with that, he's also going to get awarded that loot. But will he push for it or not? We'll have to wait and see.
Metershot Sky, they have to isolate the fight. They have to pick up the players of Quantum Rage, and they are trying to do so if they want to take this one also home, if they want the 15 position points in their favor. But Spark, he just survived the grenade. He takes down a lot of damage from the side of Metershot Sky. Well, Quantum Rage, their position has already been given away, but the thing that is working in the favor of Metershot Sky is a little ridge. They have a little bit of the height advantage, but the circle has its own line, as Metershot Sky and Quantum Rage both are in the periphery. And Khatir, well, he has an idea where the last player of Reggie's side is hiding, and the minute he's going to come out in the open, the minute Ashad is going to come out in the open, Khatir will be ready with his M416. But right now, his attention is towards the players of Quantum Rage.
Indeed, they definitely should be keeping a very keen eye towards, of course, Quantum Rage's players. And again, looking at that mini-map, now one side, of course, of the zone is being surrounded by Metershot. And Metershot, the best advantage they have is, of course, they've got the advantage of this hill that is working in their favor. On the other side, for the side of Quantum Rage, they are going to have to create an opening. They know exactly where the players of course, Metershot are, but that opening is not going to be an easy thing that will be provided for them. They're going to have to put themselves in positions that they do not want to be in. Of course, the smoke wall is what they can utilize to their advantage, and that's exactly what they're doing. But for how long? Because again, we saw Khatir being so very close with his spray to the players of course, Quantum Rage. But along with all of that, it seems like Registide's final player, Shard, is going to get eliminated. And now we have on ourselves in this map of Erangel, the battleground is of course divided between these 2 teams. 4v4 situation. Quantum Rage against Metershot. Quantum Rage against Metershot Sky.
One thing is for sure, Metershot Sky is definitely walking away with at least 12 placement points. And the way they did the last game, the momentum they are carrying forward in this one also, they are looking very good. And this was the moment we all were waiting for. But can they take it? Second time also, we have to wait for out because Quantum Rage is also one of the team we can't take lightly, because Quantum Rage, they have the consistency from the very first not the very first day, I'll say, but very first day of this week, because they have been having quite a good outrun. And Goku, with the grenades, he's trying to find a knock onto the players of Team Metershot Sky, because foibles are only thing that is going to help Quantum Rage bring in opening, find a knock onto the players of Metershot Sky, so that they can close in the distance. Because like you also mentioned, Metershot Sky, they have the position advantage right now.
They definitely do. As we do have Sirius on our screens, we can see he's got 2 Molotov and 1 nade that he still can capitalize upon. At the same point of time, the smokes have already been depleted from his side. So the smokes have gotten him this much closer, but now it all boils down to how much more closer can they get. They've got a tree trunk from both the sides as well as the vehicle that will be able to give them that cover. But at the same time, it seems like, of course, Quantum Rage's Goku has gone down. The opening has created right here. The flank angle that Goku tried to cover on upon has been taken away from his side, and Metershot Sky get get that much more in control and contestation. But at the same time, Khatir on our screens, we can clearly see does not have any utility whatsoever at all. All he's got is a spray that he can try and connect through, of course, the smoke as well as, of course, the thick bushes that are going to be in front of him. And with that perfect spray, Spark also goes down. Goku goes down from one flank angle. The other flank angle has been taken down as Spark goes down. Now, two-man army is Quantum Rage are left with. Now, either they try and, of course, get that revival completed. That is exactly what Sirius is going to be doing. Pushing on along with that utility. But, of course, that is exactly the class 101 that Metershot know for a fact as well as they push on ahead. And Metershot will try and deliver those massive blows to Sirius. As Sirius goes down thanks to Khatir's, of course, approach and play. And in doing so, it seems like he's out in the open. Now, from the back angles, he himself will definitely be taking a lot of damage as Quantum Rage's players are left with just a one-man squad. That's going to be JD. There's no way he can get that cover. But at the same time, from Metershot, now it's all down to MVP and his teammate. And, of course, it is going to be Metershot. The numbers advantage working in their favor as they complete this game in their favor and, of course, walk away with 22.7 elimination points. Along with that, of course, the 15th chicken dinner will confirm their position in the overall ranking to be the 15th. Again, this is a really good conversion for Metershot X Sky. They just need to keep on hampering this sort of performance throughout the entirety of the day.
Well, certainly, back-to-back 2 chicken dinners from the team. We were complaining about the entire week 1 and 2 days of week number 2 as well. Metershot Sky, we kept asking, where is this team? And back-to-back 2 chicken dinners from their side, and not just with the passive gameplay. Last time they got 14 elimination points, this time having 7 elimination points in their favor. That is an aggressive gameplay we were waiting from the side of Metershot Sky. Well, fingers crossed. We hope is going to go forward with every game.
Absolutely. With that, we're going to go on a short little break, after which, of course, we'll be back again with the more games that do still remain for the day. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Wow, what an amazing game, and directly heading on, no further ado, to the MVP. Of course, Quantum Rage did miss out on that chicken dinner, but does not really stop Goku from getting that MVP for himself. 4 eliminations, 526 points of damage. Blotter. Wow, I mean, Metershot Sky, they've been on a whole different high today.
Honestly, I could not have anticipated this. And again, what a day to pick. I've had a little bit of a technical issue. I've missed out on the game itself, but what a play Metershot Sky have made right here on, of course, week 2's day number 3. It seems like the comeback is real from their side. I do not want to jinx it, so I'm not going to take too many sentences in favor of the side of that team. But yes, they are doing phenomenal fixes.
Oh, they certainly are. And right now, taking a look at the top players inside the lobby, and has to be Goku and Sirius. I mean, Quantum Rage, despite the fact they missed out on the chicken dinner, made sure that they covered it up with so many of those elimination points coming in. Even Quraysh Esports, Rafe, and then you've got Khatir and MSK. They've been on a whole different role. But even for Regicide, it was a much needed game, much important one at that, because they also have been like the other big guns struggling lately. And this one good performance could also bolster them up with that confidence. But as we take a look at the match summary, at a few of those statistics, it is going to be Quantum Rage, Regicide, and Quraysh.
Absolutely, as they are going to be the ones that find themselves the perfect stats, and that in turn is going to find these players with a really good match summary working in their favor. At the same time, you talk about those highest eliminations. We've got Quantum Rages, of course, Sirius move on ahead from Red Side's players, knock right there with the highest damage, along with the assist going in favor of Rafe from Quraysh Esports, and then once again Sirius chimes in along with the longest distance elimination of 345 meters. Apart from that, the biggest takeaway from this, of course, Erangel map is going to be the team that got that chicken dinner, that was Metershot with 22 total points along with several eliminations. At the same time, Quantum Rage, yep, the number of eliminations were favoring them by a little. That is why we see them on that first position. But of course, the number of points both these teams have been able to walk away with are going to be same. That is 22.
Indeed. And, with that being said, so many big teams fell off from the very start. You talk about IA, T20 QWERTY as the misery sort of continues. And even for the likes of, where you kind of anticipate maybe Star or TFT to have a good run throughout the day, because the first two games really went the way they wanted, but eventually they did not have that kind of a game as well that they would have anticipated, especially Star, considering managing to get that first chicken dinner in Sanhok. But more importantly, this changes a lot of things. Right now we are seeing that tussle happen in that middle order with Metershot X Sky just playing out of their minds. They're racking up on those points. Quantum Rage is one of those teams that I've always been telling about, just has been consistent, right? No two ways about it. When required, they know how to get those eliminations. They know how to get those points. Have always kept them in the contention of the top four. But this week's, in fact, the surprising teams has to be one of from Quraysh Esports. Then we've got Metershot X Sky. These are the two teams that have really impressed me with the way they've been performing. But as we take a look at their highlights, I mean, we did see action breaking out right from the very start. And 52 Esports, they were in thick and thin of things. And what an amazing game it was.
What a perfect conversion also it was coming in from the side of 52 Esports is right there with the perfect sprays. And of course, moving away from that side, we had of course Magnus Esports who tried, but boy oh boy, were they damaged and was their progress hampered, because again they did not have the kind of performance that they anticipated. At the same time, that again, same thing can be said for BABLU as well, as they found themselves in a bit of a troublesome situation as they had nowhere to run.
Really nowhere to go and go head on, but it was towards the end. I mean, Quantum Rage, they were just outnumbered. Metershot X Sky, they were waiting for the perfect opportunity, and once it hit, of course, Quantum Rage did really try to put up a fight, but wasn't really enough. But yeah, I mean, Regicide did have the highest damage registered, as you can see from the damage graph. It was all the way down to the top 8 teams almost that they had some decent amount of damages, some nice finishes. But for the big guns this game, even for the likes of Team BABLU, just that one finish, and Team I8 really coming out with nothing kind of concerns me about them, because now this is where the question has to be popped up. Have teams become conditioned to how Team I8 approaches the game? Does I8 need to make any certain change or not?
Well, again, that would be a very good question to ask and raise right there. Based on the drop location itself is what I would like to raise the first question against I8. But hey, you know what? Perhaps this is going to be a different comeback from them as well as we move along with week 2. But right now, as we do have the overall ranking, Magnus Esports still do dominate on top with, of course, 166 points. The amount of lead this team has been able to rack up is just bonkers. 63-point lead, with the second team going to be Quantum Rage right there. Now, when the day started off, Team BABLU was sitting on that second position, but how the mighty have fallen as things are not looking good. But at the same time, like I said, the comeback story is real, especially on day number 3 right here, as so many teams that were not looking good have started to perform really, really well.
Oh yeah, and this is what we wanted, right? Quantum Rage getting that second spot for themselves. Metershot X Sky jumping 2 places up again at the 3rd spot. Quraysh Esports did lose out on a few spots out there, but courtesy to Quantum Rage and Metershot X Sky trying to place so well. Team BABLU, they've been also slipping places. Team Star, they've been at the 6th position. They have also played really well. Even the Grounders, as a matter of fact, compared to week number 1, I think they've also made some good progress. But as we take a look at the teams below, this is where the surprise comes in. T20 QWERTY at the 15th spot, not really thought that they would be where they are right now. Regicide even, one good game finally, and they instantly take a plunge of 5 spots over here. 52 Esports, they've been engaging in a lot of fights. They've been winning those early duels. I think work being made in the right direction. But Triple Esports, I do not know what's going wrong with them.
Oof, it's just week 2 pressure. I think it's the week 2 pressure that has got on to so many of these teams. Of course, move ahead with week 2's day number 3. Let's move on to the schedule itself, where we shall see the upcoming game. The upcoming 2 games that do still remain are going to be played on the map of Miramar. Now, With this upcoming game, we are not going to be looking at Group B. That means Magnus Esports, Team Star, Quraysh Esports, as well as 52 Esports are not going to be part of this upcoming game. Now, that does leave a bit of an open spot right there, because we, of course, do have the expectation of T20 Quality to come back and rise up. We want to be able to see Freestyle bring that sort of a play style from themselves. We want to be able to see Team BABLU, again being the map of Miramar, capitalize on the same situation. I8 with the Lost Leones looking very much in their favor, could maybe utilize this to their advantage. And in all of that, Metershot Sky with the momentum that they're steamrolling across, why will we not want them to try and make it all the way up to the top of the leaderboard itself? So yeah, a close contestation right here on the map of Miramar.
Absolutely, and there's no second way around it. But this brings us to predict our teams. I'm going to be a dreamer.
Exactly.
I'm going to call off for a hat trick going in for Metershot Sky, the final game of the evening. I really want to go them with their and sleep with their heads held high. Come in with that confidence tomorrow. But what about you, Lakshay? Who do you think is going to win the game of Miramar, the first one?
Yeah, honestly, my heart goes with you in terms of your prediction, because I really want to be able to see Metershot get that third, and that to back to back, the first team ever in this PMPL 2022 right here in Pakistan region to be able to get a back 3 chicken dinners in a row. That would be perfect, I think.
But Magnus has done this, just previously.
They got 3 chicken dinners in one day, but it wasn't back to back.
But they had to sit one out, so we have to give them that leeway.
What? No.
They had to sit one out. I mean, they played
They
3
got the
games
break,
out of
mate.
those
They
3.
got
They
the
got 2
break.
chicken dinners. Come on. Lakshay, I'm gonna fight it out for these lads. Can't take that away from them. Come on. I mean,
All right.
we have to blame the
All
organizers then. They should have
Oh,
played
no,
back.
we're not taking that big a
right?
step.
So,
we're
yes.
not taking that big a step, definitely.
Yes.
But all right, bringing it down to the core of the crux itself, where the conversation started with the prediction on the map of Miramar, I am going to go with the likes of Team Freestyle. I want to be able to see what they deliver on this map of Miramar. Will they be able to capitalize? Because we have seen on the map of Miramar itself, from the side of Freestyle, when the games go well, they go really well. If not, they're caught out in the rotation itself, and sadly are able to walk away with 1 or 2 elimination points. So it is a dicey one, but I really want to be able to see what Freestyle does this time around.
Oh, me too as well. I mean, the way Freestyle have been playing, I think they've been there, right? They've been taking those fights, especially Zarbaf really has been the one who's been pretty impressive today. And the second game of Erangel, I really saw him making wonders with all those movements, the positionings he was doing. But wasn't too much, and eventually they also got picked off. So the 4v4 fights, we know the players have got what it takes. It all comes down, all boils down to the synergy of how they're going to execute their fights, how well they're going to communicate with each other. Because in terms of the gun skills, every single player is well adept at that. It all comes down to how, or rather which fights they're taking. Because that is one of those things that I've noticed about freestyles, that they kind of tend to get into unwanted fights at certain times.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, they kind of are susceptible or prone to a lot of third parties happening. But in Miramar, like you said, the chances of third parties are comparatively less than what we've seen in Sanhok or maybe in Erangel, right? So this could be the map that freestyle really comes in. Now, Metershot Sky, 2 Erangel games, amazing performance. And yeah, getting a third one, it's going to be a long shot. Kind of adds that little extra pressure at the back of your minds. It's going to be the second hat-trick of this tournament. But at the same time, a new map. Had it been Erangel again, then the chances would have been even much higher. But considering the fact that it is Miramar, where the zone could be dictating a lot of things, the other teams could also want to come in and perform. Even the likes of TUF, they've been going through such a tough time, and considering that NorthEsports are back in action, NorthEsports have found a lot of success in the map of Miramar from whatever maps that they've played. So this
from
also
day
could be
one
one
itself,
of their games.
in fact, right? Indeed, from day one itself is what I wanted to say. Sorry to cut you off right there. For NorthEsports, from day one on the map of Miramar, they've been able to capitalize. Exactly, they got 7 eliminations with that chicken dinner that was so beautifully placed from their side, and they knew exactly what was happening in the entire lobby, but they just didn't care. They were just waiting for it, because they knew that, if this is going to be ours, the position is ours for the taking, the compound is definitely provided to us. Why not just wait it out and then deliver it in style? And that's what they did. So yeah, NES, they are a very big force to be reckoned with, especially on the map of Miramar. But at the same time, you spoke about it so beautifully. Now I want to raise another point. Just like you said about the side of FS, Could we say that for BABLU as well, things have kind of been similar? When things go well, they do go really well, but then at times the hard shifts coming in from the zone kind of take away that X factor that we anticipate from BABLU, and they start faltering down in terms of those fights. Do you think that is a fair point to make against Team BABLU?
I think the major problem that has been with Team BABLU is how they're engaging in their fights, right? I feel their positioning, something that I've been talking about freestyle. I think the similar explanation I want to give around Team BABLU, right?
True.
They kind of always have that contingency plan where they would resort with Teen Wolf trying to survive it for the team. But while they're engaging in the fights, we haven't seen that extra oomph from their side. So that is one of those factors that is kind of missing. But that being said, let's take a look at the teams to watch this particular game of Miramar, because Magnus, they have been on a roll, and so have been I8, but we haven't seen much of I8, at least in this particular week.
Absolutely, and thankfully Magnus is not going to be participating in this game because their group B is not going to be playing, so thus leaving out is going to be, of course, Quraysh Esports as well as Quantum Rage. Definitely now I8, they're hitting their markers. Definitely that's the reason the stats are working for them in this map. But at the same time, if you talk about a storyline that has definitely changed its pace itself, Quantum Rage and Quraysh Esports are the two, especially in week number 2, and that again can be said similarly for I8, but against them, because their performance kind of has faltered down a little comparatively.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, right, this is where the topic really comes up. Have the teams gotten conditioned to how I8 believes in performing? How have the teams gotten used to it? Because that could be the case whatsoever, right? Because I8 has been again one of those teams that you really love and adore, and they're still at the top. But with the way, like Magnus is playing right now, it's going to be taken over. And I8 is, of course, trying to keep up with the points. But this is sort of a reality check, right? Because we really believe in the momentum game. Now, the biggest example over here right now at this very point would be Metershot Sky. Before the start of the evening, they were at the very bottom. They were struggling. Not really. In terms of this week's overall. The overall points and the overall structures, they were languishing they were languishing around the bottom, and just getting those 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, they are in the upper good tracks, right? Now they are in this particular week's overall rankings around at the third back after, and I think I really hope they do not look back after this. This is I think it feels like, sometimes what to do chicken dinners. It feels like, you've cracked the code. You know what to do. You know when to make those movements. And Metershot Sky, the first one came with 4. The second one with not that much, but still was such an important one. Now we know they can play 2 different styles of PUBG Mobile. And this is going to be really interesting to see what they're going to do in that final game. This is the last game in which we're going to witness or have them playing in. And it is going to be so very exciting.
But the best part about all of this, Fixes, is you had called it, mate. You had called it from the start itself. From the week 1 itself, you had called it. You specifically said it, not once, but couple of times itself, over the period of days, right? You were like, Metershot Sky, the only thing that they're missing is that one game. That one game, they get it right, and the momentum is going to start steamrolling in their favor. And here we have it, lads. I mean, viewers, keep in mind, Fixes pointed it out, and now in practicality, we're looking at it happening right in front of our screens on week 2, day number 3 from the side of Metershot. With that, of course, 2 games are remaining. Right now, we're going to be jumping in the map of Miramar.
Yes, I am moving. But that's a nice way to have a pause. And I don't know if there's technical glitch from my side or Lakshya's side. Today, the internets have been working up, ladies and gentlemen. Can't really help it. And it seems like, Plotter's been going through some technical issue again. So yeah, it is going to be another beautiful map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys right now. Because hell yeah, I mean, we'd love every bit of it, right? Especially first Miramar of the evening. And with the way things are going on, I mean, look at Blotter, all so cheerful, so happy with that, little greeny face. And within a while, we're just gonna get ourselves back into the game. And the flight path trajectory all the way from Los Leones to La Cobreria, as this time we do also have a full man lobby. And there was days where the grounders did not want to play with 4 men. Still had a decent performance, but for now, just taking a quick look at how or where the teams are going to be dropping. Los Leones, we all know who's going to go there. It's of course going to be I8 and the likes of North Esports contesting for it. And if you take a look at well, the other areas, now Wedge to weak, they're kind of heading towards, maybe by the looks of it, towards Los Hicos. But for now, I mean, TUF, they're going to be heading towards Chumacera. There's no second thoughts about that. We haven't really witnessed a lot of those drop clashes lately. And yeah, so let's see how the games really pan out, because I want to see some early actions just breaking out for us as Team BABLU over here. They're going to be heading towards Picado, but do we have another team with them? Yes, we do, the Faulty Devils. But are they going to be dropping off at Picado? That's the big question. Or are they going to go somewhere entirely else? Because taking a look at this circle, it's going to be a Monte Nuevo one. And this is going to benefit teams like TUF heavily, because they won't be the ones rotating to that area. Not just them, even the likes of 3X Esports and Quantum Rage, if they decide to make an early rotation. Now, this particular circle, we've also seen in the past, kind of has that tendency to take an eastern shift around those El Pozo area, around the northeastern sides of Monte Nuevo, where exactly 3X are stationed at this very moment. And Blotter, my friend, are you back?
Zone and what it was doing, and yeah, it is going to be creating a lot of hurdles right there, as the shift has entirely made itself and its presence known majorly towards the western side, and the flank that these teams from the eastern side of the zone are going to create to get into the zone is going to be a very extensive one. But again, we will be keeping a keen eye on to the map itself as to how these teams making that rotation into the zone, because so many of them did not anticipate the zone going all the way towards the west. But at the same time, looking at our screens itself, as we do have, of course, BABLU, who are going to be patiently waiting. Teen Wolf, he knows exactly where TFD's players are, and we can see that happening on the minimap towards the top right-hand side as well. The team in cream color is going to be the side of TFD. Now, TFD are getting surrounded from the players of Team BABLU. So a perfect conversion that could be capitalized right here from the side of Team BABLU. But it is a very big area to cover from these players. Zebian is going to be creating that flank angle, but will that flank be enough? Because, of course, as we do clearly see, the players of TFD, well, they also know something's up. They know exactly the team surrounding in their vicinity, so they're trying to be as careful as they possibly can be. But who will be the one who will get that first knock right here? Who will be the one who will be able to get that first nade through the window to get that open opportunity provided? As we can see, of course, Ahmed, he had that nade in his hand, but for now, of course, they're going to be just waiting. They're waiting for each other to get closer and closer. And Teen Wolf, oh, he knows where Leon is. Just a small little jump from Leon, and the head is going to be sprayed on upon.
Oh, changes the angle at the right perfect time. Does not want to give away the fact that he does have a bolt action, and that too with a 4 times. But I think I really like what Team BABLU have been doing, right? They've taken control over this God building, which is a really good one to take, because they have so much vision.
True.
They know exactly where TFT are going to be heading around. And for TFT at this point, what they could possibly do is try and isolate one of their teammates that is on that northern side of Picado, right? If they can get him, they can apply that extra bit of pressure, and one after the other could just ship away through Team BABLU. But for Team BABLU, with this particular spot for themselves, it's just not TFT they're concerned about. Or maybe it's just Teen Wolf trying to find a different angle for himself, making sure that no one's around while they're looting. Because this is where I'm really starting to get concerned. Maybe I think it is... well, who's it exactly? Is it Zibian? I think it is Zibian. Indeed.
The flank, yes.
Yeah, on the flank. And if TFT could just isolate him, I don't think Team BABLU could provide him that cover fire. And I just am wondering if they have that information about Zibian's whereabouts. It's just not about Zibian's whereabouts right now. It is also having information about the other players of Team BABLU's, because you cannot really go with a blindfold on your eyes.
Absolutely. That is something that for BABLU is not the case, but for TFT, definitely highly likely. Because, of course, from the crosshairs that were being spotted from our director, we saw that Team BABLU had so many individual opportunities where they were able to spot out heads, shoulders, players rotating from the side of TFD, and as to what building and window they were spotted at as well. Right? So that much information itself becomes so critical rather than joining in blank into a fight. And that join in for TFT in this fight is not looking good. They are going to be at the back end if they try and push on aggressively right here. And that is where we do see, of course, earlier also we saw Ahmed was the man who was up front with that nade. He knows that from this angle, they can very well be spotted on and, of course, pushed on upon from. But Team BABLU, they're holding it steady. They're not taking their chances like that. At the same point of time, Zibian in the backlines, well, we can see the team in green, that is going to be TFD's player. They're getting closer and closer. Top right-hand side mini-map, it is clearly indicative of the fact how close the player of TFD have gotten closer to Zibian. Now, I'm sure, looking at that, they have no idea where Zibian is.
Interesting. Really interesting. See how things are turning out. As Ahmed does have that red building, their advantage. And well, Teen Wolf, I think they were in pursuit for Cairo, and I think that has been given away. Cairo had a different angle altogether, and his cover has been blown. Now we do have Quantum Rage on a different side of the map entirely. It's a different fight happening around the Laco area where they did spot out the players of Regicide, but did not engage in those fights. It was just Spark taking some damage, and that was pretty much it. But if we talk about the circle, I think 3x, they have such a good position for themselves. I mean, I love every bit of that happening. And if Miracle and his boys, just outperform, I think this could be their game. But even for the likes of T20 QWERTY, I really like the position that they have also taken for themselves right now.
I am a little divided with the way 3x have put themselves up, because earlier in the previous week as well, I saw the exact same sort of a zone making itself towards Montenueno, where we had 3x's players actually where T20 QWERTY's players are. They were at top of that mountain with a two-man split, exactly what they're doing in Montenueno right now from the players of 3x, where that height advantage 3x were not able to capitalize upon. So this time around, they've changed that strategy and they've gone into the area itself of Montenueno, where again we do see a two-man split, and of course the compound strategy is what we're going to be looking at from their side. Now I really will come back to that once 3x starts looking at some fights in front of them, because what I noticed from the previous time they were in that area, they were not able to handle the pressure properly, as they just dwindled down, and Miracle again was the final player who was able to find himself at the edge of the zone and then was left to, of course, a twist as he got eliminated, being the final player of the team. But again, 40 and 40, they've got a very good position as they are on that hill. But at the same time, on front, there's going to be 3x Esports. Kratos taking on perfect shots against Regicide. Now, Regicide did make that rotation from the players of Quantum Rage up or north towards the edge of the zone, but now have gotten exactly in the center. At the same point of time, that stalemate situation in the 9th minute marker between BABLU and TFD is going to be converting into an all-out chaotic mess, as we do see the call has been made. Zibian is going to be pushing on ahead all out in the open, as well as he knows for a fact that TFD's players have left the warehouse as well, and now it is all down to Team BABLU. Now, Team BABLU, they are a little clustered up right there. That could be a tricky way to take this fight. One good nade, or other 2-3 good nades from the side of TFD could very well hamper the progress of BABLU, but at the same time, we do see Dani getting closer, and from the backline, Zibian, that nobody anticipated, is going to be absolutely making a marker to the UMP in his hand, delivering the blow and punch that was needed, as of course, Zibian will get that first kill confirmed for his side. But at the same time, Styler from the back end, from a different side, from the flank, is going to be taken down. Zibian himself. So a trade has been made between these two teams, but Zibian has the opportunity to get revived.
Yeah, I think Zibian is in a pretty good spot, right? And this is where Cairo needs to make some quick movements. And they've already lost out on Leon, so they're one-man shot. And Ahmed, he doesn't want to reveal his position. I'm pretty sure Team BABLU still has no idea of where he is. And Zibyan, there you go, back on his feet. And this is where Kairo's little flank has to again come into play, because Team BABLU, they are unaware. And as we speak, oh, he's got such a good angle, but not the best of loots. He knows where the smoke is, but he has been spotted out, and that's the worst possible movement he could have made over there, you know, making so much noise. But this is the perfect time for Emma to really come out of cover, and again he blows it apart. And really, Team Faulty Devils making mistakes after mistakes, and Team BABLU, they're here to capitalize. You know, finally getting back to their senses of how to approach, and now have gotten really good control over this place of Picado.
Oh, they definitely have. TFD again, I mean, nothing taken away from there, but that small little second that was left, right? That is where, of course, we should have seen TFD's players make on that perfect spray or utilize that Molotov that Ahmed had. But sadly, my apologies, nade that he had, but Ahmed did not do so. And just that small little, you know, fallback of 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds is what it took for the fight to go against him, as Team BABLU made their presence felt. Now they are on a hunt. Now they are on to get the players of TFD. Two of them have already been capitalized upon. Cairo and Leon OP have been eliminated. Now Styler and Ahmed are the two players standing. Styler, of course, has revamped his position. He's moved away from the flank that he was at. Now both of these players are going to be so close to each other's proximity. So, of course, that means that the cover from each other can be provided, as we do see, of course, Styler out at the warehouse along with, of course, his teammate. But what is the entry going to be like from the side of course, BABLU? Are they going to be scattered? Are they going to be moving in from the same exact area? Well, we are going to have to wait to witness that. It seems like from the south is where they're going to be making that rotation. At the same time, the zone has caught up to them, but thankfully it's only 250-80 meters that these teams are going to have to cover, so that's absolutely fine. Not the kind of chaos that could have been ensued with the zone moving it to too far a distance to cover, and the stalemate resulting in both the teams by the end of it kind of losing out on players, as we've seen earlier on the map of Miramar. But it seems like TFT's players slowly but surely have moved away from the entire fight. They will live to fight another fight in this battleground of Miramar, as Team BABLU are left by themselves in that area. With that, the zone also makes a little bit of a curveball as it moves itself away from Montenueno directly and moves towards the northern side. As that shift is being made, Metershot are going to be making their presence felt with that late rotation that they love from the north for now.
Yeah, but now T20 QWERTY are being fired upon. I'm starting to wonder if it's going to be I8 or is it Grounders or is it 3X. But regardless, I think BABLU, they've lost out one of the players, but did manage to get that beautiful trade over here, as it all comes down to Styler. In fact, not just one, but two, and Styler could go for even bigger claims at this point. You know, Zibyan already losing out on his life. Pan and Dani both out in the open, both really struggling to get inside the circle, as Styler is going to prep one more grenade, and if he lands it into perfection, could be the end of Dani. But no, not the case over there, as Dani and Pan both not really having any sort of healings with themselves. They need to prioritize getting inside the circle, need to get some first aids to work around with, and they know this is a desperate times, and desperate times call for desperate measures, as they are going with the push. Pan and Dani both leading the charge, now just pushing in, as Tyler wanting to put up a crown for themselves, as now they really need to patch each other up. Pan still worried, does not have anything apart from those bandages, as Tyler, this could be the moment that he was looking out for. Hearing all these bandages pop, if he can just come out, maybe take them down, could be a better outing, as there you go, Styler goes again big enough, goes for the prone shot and gets the entire squad of Team BABLU burned and evaporated into ashes, as Team BABLU, they take an exit. What an amazing play by this one lad, Styler, single-handedly dealing with the entire tyrants known as Team BABLU.
What a play that was. Again, the zone, the stalemate, all resulted in that being the final result of that fight. Of course, Team BABLU did not have many, of course, first aids working. They had bandages, but that's not what you want. Again, you want to be swift and quick in terms of the fights, and of course it was Styler who was swift and quick to be able to capitalize on that messy situation that BABLU found themselves in. In fact, it was a perfect mind game being played from Styler and his teammate. With that, of course, Freestyler going to be in our crosshairs, as we are going to be looking at them taking on shots against the players of North Esports. The zone has got up to them, only 100 meters to cover for both of these teams, and it seems like Zarbaf once again, he's the man who's in the limelight as he takes down two of the players from the side of North Esports. Ehmer is going to have to fall back in his vehicle. At the same time, Roshan is going down to get that cover and that flank that he can probably provide, and we do see Ehmer in the vehicle in that top right hand side in the mini-map going towards that flank angle, but will that be enough? At the same time, Tmw's Kurma going to be bringing himself up front as he takes on those shots against a third-party situation for Freestyle.
And there you go, Reaper getting the better out of Amer, and in that particular situation, even the likes of Freestyle, they're in a whole world of trouble. I think Zarbaf has been playing so very well today, but that was certainly not enough as TmW get a freebie for themselves and in the form of North Esports. But look at how the circle has shifted, going exactly towards where we really predicted, right? To the eastern side of El Pozo, and this is where Quantum Rage have such a good chance to take over the high grounds, and if they do, this game is theirs to lose.
Oh, definitely, because we've seen Quantum Rage bring the games in this sort of a zone area that they've got towards either one side of the zone that they keep a close eye towards, and now they are looking very much in contestation to get this game. At the same time, FS, what a tough luck situation that was. Now Wasi with 2 defeat points already confirmed for him, along with the Forces teammates. They're left with the 2-man squad. 13 teams still do remain, as TmW with that third-party approach are going to be very happy. Kurma, the man who was able to bring down and bring in a little bit of damage. Sadly, of course, that defeat point is not being showcased on him, but the damage rough, it will definitely be there for him. At the same point of time, it seems like H2 is Kian. Not entirely sure what he was doing, caught it right there, but at the same point of time, it is going to be TX's Tyrant who will be able to easily scout out as to where that player is. And H2 is Tarzan along with his teammate. It seems like they're in a world of trouble as the nades are going to be brought on from north against the players of H2E, and Tyrant, well, he's just want to convert this point for himself. He's already got 1 point confirmed. He wants the other one as well. At the same point of time for H2E, now they are divided. Tarzan all by his lonesome out in the open. At the same point of time, his teammates are being sprayed on from a different team altogether. That's going to be R3D, as the team H2E's team find themselves in that small little shack. A very troublesome situation that they find themselves in. At the same point of time, Quantum Rage's spark, a nade to the face as Maddie goes down from 3x. Now 3x, they are going to be making, of course, a lot of noise because they are divided. They are definitely divided in this fight. One of the player, Maddie, was up on top creating that flank, but sadly now that cover fire that 3x's Tyrant thought he had has been taken away from him, and now H2E have been given a boon to take on those points for themselves. But as soon as they leave the shack, it could go either way, actually.
It certainly can.
And it is.
You know, they're kind of pinned. It feels like that because everywhere they try to move, somehow the other teammate is getting shot, and well, the grounders even have the players of I8 cornered in that little shed over there, as IQ still gets the better out of Tarzan, gets that finish secured for himself. As now TUF, they're starting to close in, and Sensi realizes the gravity of the situation, has popped up with smoke, and I was talking about it. Now this little mountain over here has become so crucial. R3D have taken good control. Quantum Rage, they've had their contingency plans out, have the little bit of a split going. As QWERTY Khan, he's been knocked out, and this is the perfect opening that Team TUF really wanted as Voltrox, wanting to go in for that revive, but from the lower ground it's very difficult to lob those grenades into perfection, as Edgar is just gonna keep on just hammering them with all those grenades, as Voltrox slyly just goes in, tries to get that revive before even TUF have any idea of what's going on. But before that happens, Virus spots out Voltrox, puts an end to him, and there you go, Team T20 QWERTY again. A disappointing performance by these lads, and this is where the concerns are real. Are they gonna even make it to top 12, Lakshya?
It is looking tough for the side of T20 QWERTY. The fans are definitely not going to be elated with this sort of a performance, but at the same bit of time, this is day number 3. Day number 4 and 5 games are going to be the ones that will dictate if at all the team can find themselves in that final game of Livik on day number 5. that only top 12 teams will participate in. But right now, as we still are looking at 11 teams remaining on this map of Miramar, TUF, a team that we spoke about, have been kind of missing from the limelight, have all 4 players still standing. They have only 2 elimination points, but they are still all standing. So there is a possibility for the conversion for the side of TUF. Talking about the way they're entering the zone, they're coming in from the south. Behind them, of course, we do have TMW as well as the Grounders. At the same time, from the north, it is all in control of Quantum Rage. But Quantum Rage themselves are a little scattered and divided. And the control of the zone, well, the control of the zone is going to be right in front of us. The team in green, that's going to be R3D.
Oh, indeed, and R3D, I think this could be their game. As 3x getting the better of I8, Tyrant just taking down the final player. And with that being said, 3x wipe out the lights out of I8 in this particular situation. But the battle for the high ground is still up and running. And Reaper and M7 from the lower grounds, they're trying to contest. But Reaper, having his positions already compromised, Virus getting that heal to himself. They have a better position to now take a fight. As Edgar, it's all about the battle of being the king of the hills, right? As Sirius just goes after the players of Regicide, one player already knocked out, tries to reposition himself, connects the final bullet, still alive though, as one of his teammates does fall down, but from the other angle, he's been dealt with, and I think that's gonna be Assad from H2E that puts an end to him.
Oh, what a tough luck that was. He was doing so well right there, Quantum Rage's player, as he got his teammate out of trouble, but sadly couldn't get himself moving away. At the same time, TUF, I mean, the kind of mountain climbing skills that these teams show, these 2 players showcasing right here, they're looking absolutely perfect. We've got Joker Sir right up on top, and of course this is going to be the southern side of the zone. As of now, R3D, it seemed like we're in control, but for now it is all going to be in favor of TUF. At the same point of time, now it all boils down to, well, they've got the perfect advantage of the hill, but they want to be now able to convert that into points for themselves. With that, they are at the edge of the zone that we just mentioned, the southern edge of the zone. That means the zone is going to be moving away from them. So they were able to find a very good spot, but now they need to capitalize as the zone moves away from them.
Oh, indeed, they have to, as H2E just fighting it out against the final player of Quantum Rage, and JD is been taken down, and Quantum Rage have been sent back to the lobby at the 8th position over here with just 3 finishes. Considering how they've been playing, it's not going to bother them much. It is already approaching to the final end game moments, where now the circle shifting towards the favor of the players of Triple Esports has suddenly given them a spark, a rise of hope, because now TUF, they've made that climb. Now they've got to go for the descent, and that is where things really go sour, because everyone has seen you get on top. How on earth are you gonna get down?
Exactly. Now, if we talk about Joker, sir, he knows exactly where R3D's vehicle is. He knows exactly where the player is. He spotted him out, but he's not taken on that shot and spray, because he knows as soon as he does, his position is going to be known. And then when he tries to get into the zone, well, things are going to be favored against him. At the same time, of course, thankfully, his teammates are already down at the ground level. They are going to be making that rotation, where indeed he's going to be the one who will be trying to give that cover. At the same time, it seems like R3D's destroyer is going to be destroying the positioning of course, the Grounders. As Sensi goes down along with that, Evil Boy is going to be up in front, but that nade is probably going to be dictating the end of Evil Boy right there as well. And on the face of Destroyer, he gets destroyed because that nade from Evil Boy was evil. And just like that, the conversion that I thought could have gone against the players of the Grounders is definitely going to be in their favor.
It certainly is. And right now, as we take a look at Anubis spotting out on Joker, takes a few shots at his direction. And now Siu is all out in the open. Anubis did not have the best of weapons to engage against him. Resorts for the Uzi. Can he connect? We have seen the mid-range damage had increased just a little bit, but still failing to connect all those bullets. And right now, I do not know how much mag does he have, but finally has been put an end to his run, as Anubis getting shot from behind, I believe. Still somehow, this lad is still alive.
Anubis made all that noise, right? He tried everything to take down the Grounder, and then came into UF's Thor, and he was like, you know what, thank you so very much, and let me get that point. Along with that, it seems like that rivalry has definitely been put to an end, as R3D's Walker is going to be putting down Thor himself. Now, TUF player jump on down to get that revenge confirmed, as Edgar brings in that point towards his team, as well as TUF. They are in a big storyline that could have gone very well against them, and in fact, in terms of numbers advantage, it has gone against them. They've been able to eliminate R3D's players, but to what end. They themselves are not left with a lot of players. With that, 5 teams remain. TmW, who were looking very consistent in terms of how they were taking on those third-party approaches, are dwindling down now with 7 elimination points from this game.
Now, Metershot Sky still have 4 of the players alive, and I cannot see a thing. I have never seen this happening in the past. You know, the sun really acting upon, and JD could have the best natural help that he could have ever asked for. But look at the zone blotter. It's gone directly again to Metershot Sky. This could be happening. A third one that we've been waiting for so long. I mean, from their side, the hat trick could be real.
It definitely could be. Of course, Assad along with his teammate are trying their level best. Of course, with that, JD being the final man who will be able to crux out TUF's player. 3 teams remaining. TmwEsports right here with 3-man advantage to their name. Rex, Thug and Psycho as they find themselves at the edge of the zone, but they are not in the zone itself. The zoning team is going to be the one that we are rooting for to get that third chicken dinner for the day. What a perfect week 2, day 3 this is turning out to be for Metershot Sky, but at the same time, I'm not going to say much because they are sadly at the bottom of that hill. But that also does mean that H2E and TmwEsports need to get down there. At the same point in time, the best part for Metershot right here is going to be that they've got the cover of that broken down line. At the same point in time, they've got a little bit of compound. They should not be getting out in the open. This is not the kind of mistake I anticipated from their side. And there's a carnal approach from the side of JD, and Johnny Sins is going to be able to deliver a passive punch to the face of the players of Metershot, and the dreams that they had for that third chicken dinner seems to be tumbling down as TmwEsports are going to be capitalizing, as we've seen TmwEsports bring themselves into the presence as soon as it's a third-party approach opportunity from their side.
Yeah, and suddenly MS Sky, they might have gotten a recuperating chance, because H2E, they're in shambles, just survived by the one player. Assad and TmwEsports, they know they've got to deal with him before they go in for that push. Psycho comes in out with his buggy, and Assad just goes ham after him, trying to spray with his gun, but still manages to find that one knock. But this is the perfect opportunity for Metershot Sky to capitalize, because now they just survived with one player trying to defend, the other player trying to give that res. But now the res is also going to be in due time, because now Khatir, he's lobbed a Molotov at his direction. TmwEsports, they're all just pins it down to that one particular area, and one good grenade from Ash, if a knock comes in on Psycho, Rex or anybody at all, could really make things worse for TmwEsports. Psycho, not having the best of HP, needs to patch himself up, hasn't really succeeded in doing that. Maybe does not have any meds, but indeed did in fact had a med kit to work around with. But Rex gets that knock on Khatir, and the trade really comes in as Ash also knocks him down. It all comes down to Thug in a 1v2 situation, as both these players of Metershot Sky push towards him. So in pursuit for that chicken dinner, in pursuit for that hat trick, and there you go, the second one coming in style. And what a way Metershot Sky, they've been ever so patient, landing off at Campo Militar, being so patient over there, and they have done it, Blotter. Wow, is all I've got to say. Not a lot of high eliminations though, but it is fine. 3 chicken dinners, I'm gonna take that with open arms.
Oh, definitely. Most definitely. Metershot Sky has definitely skyrocketed slowly but surely towards those top 12, and are definitely going to be working towards the top 10 page itself as well, because of the momentum that Fixus mentioned earlier in week 1. Well, that has finally delivered from the side of Metershot X Sky. I am at loss of words. What? How? Wow is what the word ought to be right here, because of how this team is playing. It does not matter in the end how you're able to get that chicken dinner, as long as you do, and that is what this team has done. And in that history book, what will be written is going to be the team to walk away with a back-to-back chicken dinner. Yeah, it was Metershot. That's all that matters.
Indeed, that's all that matters. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to push for a short little break. We'll be right back in a jiffy to talk more about that.
It's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after this short little break, and before we get things started, we've got Shadow along with us, but a huge shout out to our sponsors, Oppo F21 Pro, who've made it possible. And if we are witnessing all these hat tricks coming in, all these amazing chicken dinners coming in, it's all thanks to them. But Shadow, you've been on the sidelines. Tell me what is going on in your mind.
Well, I'm just happy a team is doing a comeback, not just a single team. So many teams who were on the bottom this week, this particular day, day number 3, they are skyrocketing themselves in the overall standing, specifically with the 3 winner chicken dinners. But talking about the MVP, it is going to be Assad from the side of H2E.
Oh yeah, Assad, he's been one of those players who did have that little bit of a higher ground for himself. He did whatever he could, but did not really see that coming from TmwEsports. The way they just pushed at him, and he was left all by his lonesome, and gave enough time for Meteorshot X Sky to kind of get those heals back up. And once, Assad, even before he went down, he made sure that one of those players of TmwEsports did get knocked out. And this could have been a TmwEsports chicken dinner, but Assad was the reason why they could not have gotten it. But taking a look at the top 5 players in this lobby, you also do have Edgar from TUF, having that higher ground advantage. And Johnny Sins, well, JD, as we like to call him, 3 eliminations for him, as Reaper also managed to get 3 for himself and 2 for Destroyer.
Talking about Reaper from the side of TmW, this guy has been shining in so many games. Individual performance, individual fights, the way he is picking up day before yesterday also. There was a fight where he was the only survivor, but this time also he was the only survivor in the first match where he couldn't survive for very long. But talking about the match ranking, we have Team Meteorshot Sky on the top with 20 points.
Oh, we indeed do. Meteorshot Sky, the way they've been playing today, I think this has been their best day in the tournament so far, where in week 1 they were struggling to get even to the top 10, and now have managed to pull off a hat trick. And H2E also a really good comeback from their side, and the same can be said for TmwEsports. A little bit of a respite for TUF as they've managed to get that 4th position in for themselves. But talking about the other teams, the big names, Team BABLU, I think this is one of those things that needs to be pointed out. The way Styler just clutched them around, that was impressive, impeccable to watch. We did, of course, miss that out on that highlight, but nothing says, going 1v4 all by his lonesome. Team BABLU not having the best of healings. Even you can see Team I8, picking areas where they should not have been, and facing the repercussions of it.
Team BABLU and TmW, I'll say that fight was overextended. They were still in the blue, no healings like you pointed out. So that was a fight that prolonged for a very long time. And Team Blue, well, they paid the price. But R3D, this team is also impressing me with their game style, specifically this particular week. Every time this team finds themselves in the best position inside the circle, so they are in the top 5 no matter what. They are in the top 5, at least placement points they are getting. And yes, every time they have the elimination points as well. But Metershot Sky, well, it's a record fixes, I think, because we have seen 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, but not even a single hat trick. Yeah, 2 from Magnus back-to-back, 2 from I8 back-to-back, but Metershot is the only team getting 3 back-to-back.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, I've been checking out the stats, and Magnus has done this. They won that. Yeah, I mean, there was just that one game break where they had to sit it out, and they come in and get a chicken dinner. So I mean, I'm definitely gonna count that as one of their hat trick games. But even for Team Meteorshot Sky, they've done it straight hat tricks. I mean, now that they're done with the entire day, and what a way to bow out of from today's games, right? What an amazing day they've had. As we take a look at the overall ranking, Shadow, as it's gonna be in front of us in the next couple of seconds, just traveling through the skies, as Meteorshot Sky have taken that 2nd position for themselves. Wow, this team closing in, inching them the gap with Magnus Esports, but still there's some distance to be traveled. They need to have one more good day, because Magnus, they've not have had a bad day so far. I mean, their bad games are what, 4th or 5th spot, even with 7-8 eliminations. They're holding on pretty well for themselves.
when you're having already a good amount of lead in the total points, you can afford to have few bad games or average games. So that is what happening with Magnus. They have a very good lead. But talking about the other team, Team BABLU, Miramar is one of the strongest map, and this time they were taken out pretty early, but not getting affected in the overall ranking because they just have stepped down from 1 point, one position.
Yeah, but again, Miramar, Bablu at one point of time, they were the kings of Miramar, and right now they're struggling to, even hold on to that compound that they did go for this time. This time, they opted for Picado, which ideally they do not drop at, right? They kind of head towards the southwestern side and, around somewhere around Valademar. We've seen them trying to do that, and this time still they had a strategy to work around with. But Team Faulty Devils and 52 Esports, things are looking really miserable for them. Team TmwEsports Esports, one good game of Miramar, they find themselves back into the mix. 3x Esports again. These are those final days where they really decide to step up, and I hope from tomorrow onwards, and even with that one game they still have remaining to play, they make some good work out of it.
Certainly, even Triple Esports also, I'll say, because they were having a good performance in the damage craft, but elimination points and overall points is something they were lacking. But this time, coming on the second position in Miramar is going to help their case. But in the last match, we have Group A that will be sitting out. That means I8, Freestyle, MS, Magnus and R3D. Oh, I'm sorry, MS is Metershot Sky. They'll be sitting out. So Magnus will be playing, Metershot Sky will be sitting out.
Oh yeah, Magnus ending. That's gonna be really interesting to see. That since Meteor Sky, they're done with their games. Even I8, Freestyle, and R3D, like you've been mentioning. R3D, I think in terms of the fragging department, they've been looking really good. They've been playing really well. So that's definitely there. But talking about the other performances, right? I8, I've kind of been disappointed with them throughout today, because even the positions they were holding, it felt like they did it out of force, not by their own will, right? It felt like they were out of options to take over. We could not see much of what led them to, that one little shed, because ideally you would never want a squad to be, inside the little shed, right? And which has no cover at all. And they got shredded apart by a team like 3x right now, who's been struggling in terms of the overall standings. So this is a matter of concern that needs to be addressed, and somewhere down the line, if I8 keep on getting complacent like this, Magnus and the others are definitely going to catch up on them, which is a good thing, because again, we're going to have that competition going all along. Because after week 1, we really felt if I8 really deserved to play in throughout the league, or should we directly see them in the finals, because they were just ripping everybody apart in the lobby. But I'm really happy that teams like Magnus, Quraysh, and even the likes of Metershot Sky, day number 3, they have stepped it up. But time for your prediction, Shadow. Final game of Miramar, who do you think it's gonna be?
Okay, Quantum Rage maybe, because week number 1 in Miramar, Quantum Rage had a very good outing in. Okay, let me think. What's your pick?
Okay, you want me to go first this time?
Yeah.
All right. I feel it's gonna be Magnus. I really feel that the way they've been playing, they have been feeling the energy, they've been channeling it out. For me, Magnus. What about you now?
Okay, Grounders, I'll say. They missed it in one game. I think this time they should get it.
The Grounders, they've been trying to get close. Get close, and maybe a little bit of shadow charm is needed for the Grounders. And let's hope that really works out, and you get that one fine just beside you. Say X. But I think the Grounders, interesting, but we haven't seen them at their best of performance.
Yeah.
But you never know, right? There could always be another Metershot Sky. There could be Grounders just coming out of nowhere, getting that final chicken dinner, just moving on, and in day 4, day 5, really impressing us.
This time they impressed us. In one of the game they came second or third, I think. So they are stepping up slowly and steadily, like Metershot Sky was trying to do, but this time they skyrocketed. So Grounders, Miramar, I feel it's one of the strong map, not this season, in the fall. In the spring, it was definitely the strong map. So I think they can do it.
They certainly can. I mean, there are chances that they can succeed, but well, let's see. That's time gonna decide. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the game of Miramar, the final game of the evening, as the flight path trajectory all the way from El Pozo towards Puerto Parai. So let's see where the circle forms this time around.
Should I ask you, where do you want the circle to go? Okay, I'll pick. I won't let you pick. I want the circle in Kempu Miltar. I don't want anyone to jinx it. I want a Kempu Miltar circle, extreme circle. But where is my team going to drop? My pick, that is Grounders. Let's see Team BABLU again going for a drop towards the Landrilla. Maybe they're heading towards Valley Dilemma, because we have seen the plus of Team 52 Esports going in that direction. But 52 Esports, well, they are heading towards the side of Ruins. And I8 is not in the picture, so that means Los Leones is up for the grabs. We know for sure North Esports likes to go in that position, but I want to see which other team is also heading in that direction. I think it could be H2E or a single player of H2E. Interesting. Maybe he'll go towards the southern side of Los Leones and regroup with his teammates, because that would be a better decision, and that is exactly what is happening. But Chumasera belongs to TUF this time, and we have a southern circle as well. Interesting. That means this can be the game of North Esports, because they have the complete control of Los Leones, and North Esports, well, they have proved themselves time and time again that they are capable of delivering good performance when it comes to frontal battle. Also, Team North Esports have showcased us that they can pick the top dogs of the lobby and give them run for their money. So maybe this could be the game of North Esports as well. But talking about Star, oh, this should have been a pick, because Star, well, they got it in the very first game, and this kind of circle belongs to Star. This can be the game, but right now the fight is already breaking in as Quantum Red Sparks finds two players of TmW out there in the open, takes them down, and that also means easy confirmations are coming in, as the rest of the players of TmW are nowhere in the close proximity or vicinity. That means good start for the players of Quantum Rage, and Spark already getting 2 defeat points for himself and his team, 2 points. That means a good start for the players of Quantum Rage, but Team W, well, didn't anticipate this kind of a start, so that is going to affect their performance, because now they have to survive as a 2-man squad. That means they have to go for a slow game, think twice before picking up an outnumbered fight or contesting a compound. As far as the position right now is concerned, they are somewhere in the Hessian. That means they have to move inside the circle as well. On the northern side, Max is the team that is going to make things difficult for all the teams that are trying to rotate from that direction. But right now, the team that is looking very happy and comfortable is going to be the players of Team Star.
Yeah,
Because they have found a shelter in Kyoto.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those circles that can actually go towards the southern side. Even we could get to see that North Esports chicken dinner that we've been talking about. Blotter and I were discussing about Miramar being one of their strong suits, and this is a game where they could actually make some waves for themselves. But for now, I mean, haven't really now gotten that action, that punch to see as of now. I mean, 2 players have already been taken out. That's there. But regardless, I mean, Shadow, now North Esports has gotten that entirety of Los Leones. But it's so difficult to say where the circle is ending, right? There are multiple possibilities. It could go southern side of Los Leones, it could go western side of Los Leones, it could go towards the northern side of Los Leones, or towards the very east. But what are the chances, what are the odds that it goes inside the city of Los Leones?
Chances are very slim, but we did witness this kind of a circle day before yesterday on day number 2, the urban finish, when all it comes down to who is having the better grenade or more grenades and better projectiles with those grenades, best position. So many factors contribute when it comes to the Los Leones final circle. So I'm very sure it's a nightmare for all the teams out there. They don't want an urban circle.
I mean, certainly not, because last time I remember it was an absolute bloodbath. Bodies was just flying left, right, and center. Things were so absurd. The teams, even the likes of I8 were even struggling despite landing at Los Leones. But for now, I mean, taking a look at things in front of us, 22-20 TmW still right beside each other Want to see that fight, and especially I want to see Team QWERTY make that comeback. TFT, they have been the silent assassins, especially Styler for me today. The way he dealt with Team BABLU, and BABLU, they are back to Valadimar. I mean, they've had enough of Picardo. It's better to loot and then take a fight and die, rather than have no loot and fight and die, and in those early phases of the game. So that is something that was uncalled for. But AAA Esports, I think this is also one of those teams that did make a climb in the previous game, just to mess up in that very end moment of that particular map.
Certainly. I'm just thinking, what are the chances the circle is going to go on the northern side? In the pocket of Team Grounders, where 3x is also there, Magnus is also there. If it comes down to the northern circle, which team you think is going to come on the top? Magnus is looking very strong in terms of position.
Well, I mean, Team Magnus, I think the way they have positioned themselves, not just in the map, in fact, in the entire tournament, it all comes down to the confidence that they're exuding, right? We did see in those final segments of the game where, you know, in the previous weeks, right, towards those end moments where, you know, Magnus had been so amazing, and they just carried forward that momentum, and they are not looking, you know, to be stopping anytime soon. Now, talking about this particular game, Shadow, now Magnus have a little bit of a split going on, and they're all banking upon the fact that the circle will take that northern shift. Now, if it goes south, and there are high chances that it goes south, that is where majority of the trouble really comes in, because, you know, you've got AAA Esports, you've got the Grounders, you've got even the players of Quraysh Esports, everyone trying to close in, and that is where the entries are going to be, you know, halted up a little bit. They might have to fight their way in. So that is something that I'm really looking out for.
Right now, Asad from H2E should be having his heart in his mouth, because all the 4 players of Team BABLU are rotating from the close proximity. And if he gives any kind of sound cue, if he fires any kind of a bullet in that direction, he's up for a 1v4 situation, and I'm very sure he's not going to do so. But let's see. When Assad makes a rotation, maybe he can backstab the players of Team BABLU as well. We're talking about the team that is on our screens, Reggie's side. Well, they have the players of Team 3X in the close proximity. Reggie's side is one of the team that showcased very good performance by the end of week number 1 by placing themselves in the top 5 position. But Thor finds a knock onto one of the player of Reggie's side. But I don't think Thor can find a confirmation, because the Reggie's side, they have the safety of that hard compound.
Yeah, I mean, at this particular moment, I mean, Nocto, he's trying to close in. Thor hit that grenade at his hands. This grenade being flung over. Let's see what happens. And, well, I mean, PUF, they see vengeance. They want some early finishes, early eliminations, and Regicide, they have no more business. Nocto is just backed off. And let's see, what is he up to? Well, now I think TUF, they're just gonna let no shots loose, or maybe not. I really feel that if they get a knock or two, they're gonna go pushing in.
Certainly, they will push on the compound and try and get the defeat points as well. But right now, Team BABLU finds a knock onto the players of Team H2E. Let's see if they can find the confirmation as well. Because H2E, the way they are in a split situation, 2 of the players on the southern side of Los Leones, 1 player Assad in Los Picos, where the players of H2 Esports are also closing in the distance. H2E is not in the best of the best position for now, at least. But from the northern side, the players of Quantum Rage this time, along with Quraysh. No, Quraysh is already in Impala. Quantum Rage are the one who are going for a very late rotation, still taking the damage of the blue.
Oh, they are. And I think, well, let's see what really happens as Team Star just trying to take the center. And we did talk about that southern circle, right? H2E have gotten a really good position to themselves, but they do not have those numbers. And Team BABLU, this is also a perfect game for them to, you know, start getting back into their winning ways. Now Assad, he's far off. He's still yet to cross that bridge. As we take a look at the first airdrop, that's going to be the Grotza. And it's been time. It's been some time that you know, teams have actually gotten for those military weapons. And I've noticed this one thing, right? In the Pakistan region, teams usually refrain from going for those special airdrops?
Well, definitely, because I think it's only Groza that we witnessed. Other than that, once it was MK14. Otherwise, players always tend to use the normal weapons. They are not going for the airdrop. They don't need the level 3 because every single time the fight is happening, they don't have the time to go for the airdrop. I think that could be the reason. But right now, North Esports, well, still, they are in a good spot. They're still in the Los Leones city, but if it comes down to Southern Circle, Team Star has already gone for a very good rotation, and Team H2, I'm still worried about them. I'm still worried. But on the other side, TFD Styler finds a knock onto the plus of TUF and gets a confirmation as well. But Cairo, yeah, Cairo is the one who is going to get the confirmation onto Edgar.
Oh yeah, he certainly will. And well, Thor, he's got his grenade prepped up, lobbed it. Cairo, he might meet his makers. I mean, he's almost met it. But look at TUF from a different flank angle. Joker sir, he's already created that perfect opportunity as Leon has his attention diverted, would eventually go down knocking in. As Tyler, he has done it before against Team BABLU, but this time it's gonna be a whole lot difficult. But still, he comes out through with that knock, instantly goes greedy with that finish. TUF getting a little too late to save their comrade, as they have lost 2 in the process, but have managed to secure 4 finishes for themselves.
Good spot also in the circle, because the entirety of the western side is empty. They are the only team that is present over there. That means for now they have a good spot. They are not going to lock horns with any of the teams, at least till the next circle. But on the northern side, the team that is moving outputs of 40 as well, they are also finding a free pathway. But North Esports, Reggie side, 3x, they are up against each other, especially Reggie side barging in the compound of 3x Esports, finds a knock. Can they find the confirmation as well? Yes, they are going to come Kratos over there.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. And well, let's see Regicide, what are they up to? Knock knock. They've gotten some decent amount of points. Regicide, 2 finishes strong, but this next circle shift, it's gonna determine what's gonna be happening. Where is the circle shift going to be? I would love to see a northwestern one, and well, I mean, I'm gonna take that with open arms. And this is the point where Team BABLU really have to capitalize on this game. Team T20 QWERTY making quick work, moving instantly inside the circle, would want to take control over those northern mountains. But Mr. Black spotting out Rex's head. Oh, that's some slow reflex being shown, because the moment you could have been shot from that first time, I really expected him to move. And as a result of which, getting knocked down, of course he's going to get that rest back up. But not getting knocked at this time is something that's going to delay the timing inside the circle as a finisher. He's been taken down, but still, Team Magnus did manage to wipe out the better of TMW.
TMW again having a bad game, this time getting eliminated on the 15th position with no points at all. But right now Quraysh Esports are on the crosspath of players H2E. No, it's a grounder this time, and they're managing to find the confirmation as well. But Hasni with the grenade manages to find 1 knock onto the grounders as well. But Raf with that position, can he turn things around? Can he turn the tables in favor of his team? But Jaguar is still rotating. Let's see what Quraysh Esports is up to, as Hasni has been revived. They have all the 4 players in the lobby, and Jaguar has a height advantage as well. But look at the plus of Team Star. They're up for a 3rd party between this fight.
Oh yeah. And you know, at this point, you know, the western areas have been left vacant, have been left in the open, as Team Star, God Fury, he's trying to make his rotation in, but could meet the players of H2E. Kevin any moment. Siu, at that point, he's been taken down, just bleeding, as Jaguar would just drive over in the grounder shadow. Well, you called out for them. You wanted them to win the chicken dinner, but they're still, you know, 3-man stronger now. Just 1 player being taken down. Let's really have our fingers crossed, because you know, more than Magnus, I really want the grounders to win right now. I want that one right by your name.
I always letting now I'm reconsidering that should I have gone for Team BABLU, because they are in a good position. So let's see. My prayers are with the plus of Team Grounders, but Reggie side, they have a compound, and right now in front of them are the plus of Team Triple Esports. Triple Esports also in the last Miramar came so very close to that winner chicken dinner. Can this time get it? That's the main question, because the position is not favoring it right now.
Well, Triple Esports. Let's see what do they do at this point. And Team Magnus, I mean, Finisher, Faster, and Zen. Three of the players trying to get inside the circle. And this is going to be so difficult for them, especially with North Esports keeping guard. And even whichever direction they go out from. And look at this circle shift. This is atrocious, Shadow. This indeed is. I mean, the circle going into a no man's land. And Hasni is being taking a fight against Team Grounders. Knocks have been coming from both the sides as God Fury gets the better out of Thug from Triple Esports as Zen falls down courtesy to the play zone. And I was talking about the misery of Team Magnus starting to begin as they're trying to go push in from the edges of the circle. But do they have enough first aids or enough healings to sustain themselves? As Zen, he's going to be left all by his lonesome. Team Magnus, they know that Team Triple Esports is right in front of them. The moment they try to go make a direct dash inside the circle, they will also have to face the wrath of Team Star.
Certainly, Reggie side is also in a close proximity. If they try to move inside the circle, there are other teams that can try and gatekeep them. So things are not working right now for the players of Team Triple Esports, as Hunter is trying to revive his fallen comrade. On the other side, players of North Esports are also falling down. Let's see if they can pick their players, because all the four players of North Esports are together. But Virus with that grenade is going to find a confirmation under a Maxi, and North Esports, they are crumbling down. A follow-up grenade comes in from the side of Virus, takes down Roshan as well. That means the last man standing, Emmer, on a sliver of HP. For how long he can survive? And the answer is not very long, as North Esports has been eliminated just by Virus of Team TUF. A very good clutch coming in. It was a clutch. He got 3 kill points.
Oh yeah, he indeed did. But for now, Quantum Rage now in a close contention against Team QWERTY. Such an important game for QWERTY this one is going to be, as Zipian just fires upon and takes down Nocto in the process. Would want to get that finish. Just the foliage blocking his vision over there. But Goku apparently blowing his own teammate up, and that is something that was uncalled for. But Finisher has been taken down. We have been talking about the wrath of Team Star finally coming down onto its Team Magnus's Quantum Rage. I think they want to take this fight against the likes of Team 320 QWERTY, as they managed to get that one knock. But can they get the second one as well? They're trying to find out that perfect angle, that perfect vision. But Spark is being getting shot from the right inside. Gets that knock on the player. But there you come. 420 boy trades him off. And now Team T20 QWERTY have enough time to breathe, as Quantum Race, they've been wiped out from elsewhere. As Virus gets the final player Spark. And Team T20 QWERTY have a reason to breathe right now.
Virus, a lone survivor, he's not afraid of taking down the players. He managed to wipe down one team, after that going for the last player as well. 4 defeat points to the individual, and he has a good position also inside the circle. But 52 Esports, the way they are spread, let's see if things can work in their favor, because one of the player is in the close proximity to Jaydeep, and they have a wooden shack to themselves. Is that enough? Only time will tell. But Team BABLU still on the southern circle, and Grounders are also there in the close proximity. And Dani with that Info 16 is trying to take down Senti, who's trying to defy the gravity. Let's see who is going to win, as Senti is having trouble with the view and the vehicle.
Look at it. He's just letting gravity do its work, right? But I don't think he's gonna survive. Eventually fail down to the circle, and Mr. Black having that higher ground advantage. Dani, I don't understand, why is he not going ahead? Yeah, I mean, that's much better. As now Knock Knock gets that beautiful knock onto it, Sultana, as we finally are arriving at those closing moments of the game. 3x in good control of the situation right now, have a better high ground around the zone, good areas to work around with. The only big threat to them would be in the form of T20 QWERTY at this point.
Certainly, QWERTY, they have the northern control, they have an airdrop, they can go for the level 3s. But Mr. Black with that mini finds a knock onto Tyrant with a beautiful headshot. But Miracle is in a close proximity, so maybe there is a slight chance that he can be revived, he can be again back inside the game, because 3x, they have the southern side, they can try and gatekeep the players. But Grounders still surviving as a two-man army, and Team BABLU, they have to prioritize the circle at this very moment, otherwise the blue will start punishing them, and Zibian seems in the no mood to move inside the circle because he's still peppering few bullets in the direction of Regicide, I think.
Yeah, but you know, the Regicide has always been a thorn for Team BABLU. You know, we've seen them fighting it out multiple times. But for now, I mean, 52 Esports, let's see what they do have. Do they pack a punch this time again? TmwEsports' Hunter trying to spot him out, but he gets picked off by Daku, his teammate, as TmwEsports again in shambles as Psycho, the last solo player surviving, and 52 Esports want to get that final finish, and indeed it will come, but not to them, as Gravity is the one who takes down Psycho. And this is what happens when you have that high ground advantage for yourselves to play around with, as Team BABLU trying to take a little bit of a height even for themselves, as Quraysh Esports, they're now making a way inside the zone.
Well, they are trying to do so because they are in lower ground, and Team BABLU Zibian is already taking down Rafe from that moving vehicle. That means Rafe is going to bleed to death, and Jaguar is still trying to move inside the circle, but they have to face the wrath of the other teams as well. One side they have Regicide, other side they have the plus of Team BABLU as well, and Mr. Black, he has a height advantage as well, and he can be the ugly thorn for the plus of Team BABLU.
Oh yeah, he certainly can be. T20 they have taken some massive amount of damage, but Clown is being pushed over by the players of Team BABLU and has no idea from where the bullets are coming from. And this point, you know, a little bit of confusion not really helping him out, as Jaguar is getting pushed from the lower grounds, but he deals with it. And now he's got 5 first aids to work around with, but Team BABLU, they've heard all those gunshots. And I think Zibian does have that grenade, and he's going to cook that and lob at his direction anytime soon. And maybe the final player of Quraysh could just get taken down. At this point, at this situation, the circle has now favored the players of Team T20 All they need to gain is a little bit more ground. They have good cover around it. All they have to do is try and restrict the other teams from getting inside the circle, as Gravity just push in on Virus, who was surviving for so long, but has now said goodbye to the lobby, and so will Jaguar.
But he did manage to get good defeat points for himself, and Quraysh Esports, like you also said, has been eliminated, but Tyrant is still hiding, and I think Pan has an idea, or does he not, because he's going to get punished. And with that, Miracle finds a knock onto Dani, and Tyrant finds a knock onto Pan. Team BABLU had no idea the players who were 3x were right in front of them, and Tyrant is trying to take down the other player of Team BABLU as well, but Ziman is going to retaliate. But can he clutch it out? Can he be the savior for his teammate? That's the main question, as Teen Wolf is going for a revival.
I mean, that's going to be such a difficult call to make right now, because Team BABLU, they have to get inside the circle. And with T20 kind of having entire control over these edges of the zone, it's going to be so difficult for them to really make it inside. And, well, I mean, BABLU did fire upon a few bullets, and 420 boy now has the exact idea of where the players are. And seems like Gangster did not really work out, back to his old name, as Gravity. He's trying to defy Gravity, literally just proned in on that inclination of the hill. But Teen Wolf gets the better out of Evil Boy. The Grounders have been crushed apart, and they have been taken out of the lobby. The final 3 remain. Shadow, who do you think is going to get the chicken?
Well, Grounders just got eliminated. That was heartbreaking. But Hero finds a knock onto the plus of Quraysh Esports out there. Voltrux has been down. Let's see if he can be revived. Can Gravity save his teammate? But Team BABLU, well, looks like this is their game to lose, because they have the numbers advantage, and Gravity, they don't have the best of the position right now. The split is not working in their favor. So it looks like it can be for Team BABLU, but 420 boys spots down Dani, but a little bit of the ridge is helping the players of Team BABLU, not helping Team Wolf though, as he gets taken down.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like to believe otherwise. I think it was T20's game to lose, considering how well they've taken command over the circle, and for all the obvious reasons, right? They were playing on the edges of the zone, because look at this, it's right out in the open. There's very little ridges to play around, very little crevices to try and find some cover. Zibian, he sneaked in. Khan, he's completely aware of him though, steps out of his cover, tries to dish out some massive amount of damage, and Khan indeed has taken. Needs to patch himself up though, needs some cover fire coming in from his teammates, because Team BABLU, they're applying immense pressure. Now Teen Wolf, he's knocked out. He's gonna get finished off as Gravity coming out in the open. Zibyan again trying to put up that standoff, and there you go, succeeds. Danny gets the knock though. Now T20 QWERTY certainly have a game in hand, because at a moment we were really feeling that maybe it is just gonna be team QWERTY's game, but BABLU suddenly are putting up a huge fight.
BABLU still has got some chances. Gravity is bleeding out. 8 defeat points already in the favor of Team BABLU, but Beyond is taking a lot of damage from the side of Khan, who is trying to close the distance. But let's see if Team BABLU can actually turn things around in their favor and get that winner chicken dinner in the map of Miramar, which they used to rule. But Voltrix with the grenade is making things difficult for for Team BABLU.
Yeah, indeed. And at this point, 420 Boy has decided to push in. Zibyan just spraying at his direction. I really thought that maybe Voltrix and Khan might make some movements, might want to try and close in the grab. But BABLU having that little bit of a high ground advantage, really favoring them, as Zibyan gets that finish onto its Gravity, gets that finish point secured. At the very least, Zibyan now going after Voltrix, who's just opened up. But it has to be a process that has to come in tandem, where Zibyan and Dani both have to peak at the same time and take shots at individual players. A 3v2 scenario right now, as Voltrix is on real low HP. And there you go, still manages to get a secured knock on Zibyan. And there you have it, T20 QWERTY finally, after a long time, getting that chicken dinner. And what a game it was. 13 eliminations, and now they bounce back at the 6th spot in the overall rankings. Amazing.
Well, certainly amazing gameplay coming from the side of QWERTY, and a much needed gameplay coming from their side. But I have to say, these teams have scripted it all, because last time when I picked QWERTY, they get eliminated. This time I picked Grounders, they get eliminated, and QWERTY gets a winner chicken dinner. So one way or the other one, my pick is getting a winner chicken dinner. Not just win, I'm picking them.
I think misfortune follows you, Shadow.
Yeah.
I mean, this tournament, and we should have a special ceremony if you get one of your predictions right. But nothing taken away from T20 QWERTY, right? The way they played this one out, I think it was to perfection. Comes down to the IGLing of Khan, the way he deployed his troops just at the peripheries of the circle, and he knew that if you have to take the center, it's going to be so difficult, because it's going to be surrounded with multiple enemies, and it's going to be on that lower ground. But we're going to talk more about that after this short little break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as you're watching the PMPL Pakistan Fall 2022, which is of course sponsored by Oppo F21 Pro. Now, you did check out that sexy device, and might want to check it out in real, because I've had my hands on it and it is amazing. But now, talking about the MVP in this game has to be this little kid, Gravity, the prodigy that we've been talking about, and 7 eliminations for this lad. He had been through the thick and thins of it all, but not really alive in the final moments, but enough to make sure that his team backs the chicken.
Certainly, 7 eliminations and 800 plus 846 damage out there. Gravity has been taking so many fights individually, so many good fights individually in the week number 1 also, along with his own teammate Voltrix. The duo of Gravity and Voltrix is kind of a very aggressive, and Gravity this time becomes the MVP. Along with that, he has got the highest damage as well.
Oh yeah, he certainly has, and it's just T20 QWERTY. Everything, it feels like, it's a glitch, but it is not, right? Gravity had been that impressive, just has himself all over the place. The longest distance, the highest assist, highest damage, highest eliminations, you call it, and Gravity has got everything for himself. But as we take a look at the top players, the other players apart from Gravity who made an impact in this particular game had to be Zibyan. no doubts. And 420 boy finally getting a little bit of ground for himself, because he's been struggling with form lately, and so have Team T20 QWERTY. But Virus, ever since you've seen him play, this lad has been pretty consistent. And Teen Wolf, the captain himself, also delivering from Team BABLU. So now the big old dogs have finally stepped up. As we take a look at the match rankings, 28 points for them, and even for Team BABLU 21. For 52 Esports, however, they have finally found a good game to call it a night.
Well, I have to say, day number 3 of week 2 is the day of comebacks. All the teams that were struggling, they are having a very good performance in at least in a single match on today. So 52 Esports also had a good outing, but Firo was the last man standing. That's why they were not able to grab too many points in terms of elimination.
Oh yeah, I mean, the way things started off, I mean, Magnus was looking strong, but we knew this was sort of inevitable, right? Because Magnus, they were outside the circle. They had no chance. They were facing so much trouble to get in. And not just that, we did also witness other multiple fights. TUF got themselves into the thick and thin of actions, but it was all about the circle playing with the hearts of these players. You know, Team BABLU did engage in those early on fights, and they were looking really good. But the way the circle shifted completely into the laps of Team T20 QWERTY, and they were the first ones to capitalize on that given situation. And yeah, I mean, the better team definitely won. Team BABLU, props to them to put up such an amazing fight. You know, Team BABLU against Team QWERTY, we all love to see that little old rivalry, but which has gone a little bit cold these days, because so many new teams are coming in, so many new boys have been impressing us. And now taking a look at the damage graph, T20 QWERTY, epitome of their performance right now, 13 eliminations, and we know they can certainly do even better. But this is a good start, considering, you know, they've had a slip in their form. Now they're gonna get some grip, and now they're gonna push themselves up ahead. I hope really the day to the day after is of course going to be amazing for them, and they make it to the top 12 this time at least, and play that live game and earn those extra bonus points. But now time to take a look at the overall rankings and find for ourselves which are the teams and where are the teams right now at the very top.
Well, I think on the top we are going to find Magnus Esports, if I'm not wrong. But I'm thinking which team is going to be on the second position. Any guesses, Fixes?
I mean, the way Metershot X Sky has been playing, I think I have nothing to worry about. I still have them at the second spot. Magnus Esports, however, still reigning supreme with 169 points, but Metershot X Sky, they did close out the gap. I mean, they did not play that final game, but it's still going to be sufficient for them to be at the second spot there overall. But few changes being made. T20 QWERTY courtesy to that one good chicken dinner game. Now they're at the 7th spot. 8 points, or rather 8 positions of a climb is what they've propelled themselves up to. And so have Team BABLU. When we were really thinking that they are having a really bad time, they're picking up pace. But Quraysh Esports, they've been falling down. And this is a thing for concern as we take a look at the second page and see if there is a story to tell indeed.
Well, certainly, 52 Esports, they have taken a jump of 3 points, are now sitting on the 17th spot with 54 points. 52 finally stepping up, but not Esports. Well, they are sitting on the 16th position. They have stepped down by 2 points and total of 68 points in their favor. But 3x Esports, well, they are missing on day number 3.
Oh, so they certainly are. And, you know, what's really even more compelling or more saddening to watch is I8 and Freestyle at the second half of the page, and this is day number 3. Now this is not I8's way, right? This is not how they roll, and I really hope they perform pretty well going on ahead. I mean, this is not the way I8 fans would have imagined them to be, and not a situation perhaps. Of course, did not play that final game, but regardless, now let's take a look at the elimination leaders. Now we might have a few players really catching up, because we haven't seen I8 really at their best of their days. But there you have it, Finisher having taken that first spot away from Blade, and he's now losing grip as Gravity is slowly but surely catching along. And Uzum and Ghost, they're also kind of pretty stale and stagnant at that 4th and 5th spot, because I8, we haven't seen much out of them, because this is where I would really want to see at the second page of elimination leaders, where we'll have a lot of surprises waiting for us.
Gravity and Finisher are only 8-point difference is there in terms of elimination. So Gravity can topple finisher over there, but IQ is sitting on the sixth spot with 51 elimination, followed by Regicide, Knock Knock, and TUF Joker. Joker had a very good outing today also in this very last game, the way he was the last man standing, still managing to find few elimination points, and Zibian from the side of Team BABLU with 48 elimination points, and Destroyer from the side of R3D.
Oh yeah, I mean, Destroyer, the way he's been playing today, I think he was pretty impressive. Knock Knock, he's always been that consistent player. Joker from TUF, Zibian even from BABLU, these are the players that have been making a lot of names. But Metershot X Sky, oh my goodness, the way these lads have performed today, I mean, it's just impressive, right? Look at those average survival timings. It's ludicrous to think that someone could make it that high. And courtesy to those 3 chicken dinners out of the 4 that they've played in, right? And they are just this good.
Metershot Sky, they were fighting with tooth and nail, and finally it paid off by three back-to-back chicken dinners in their hands and good elimination points as well. We can't say that this was their passive performance or it was by luck. No, they were picking up fights, winning every single fight, because every single time in the all 3 chicken dinners, they managed to get have all their 4 players alive in the final circle, and that's not an easy thing when you're picking so many fights.
That certainly isn't, right? But now it's time to take a look at the reality check, the report card, as Magnus Esports now just 2 points shy of R3D Esports. Now, this is something concerning. This is something alarming, as Magnus Esports has made climbs, leaps and bounds. And T20 QWERTY also in the overall standings now at the 6th position. Now, they're going to be contesting against Team BABLU, or maybe trying to push themselves a little ahead. Would want to be a little, ambitious after going after TUF, but Quantum Rage also quite comfortable at the 3rd spot. And 3x Esports, they've also made +2 position climbs. As we take a look at the 2nd page, now this is where the concern really rises for me. 52 Esports, TmwEsports, Triple Esports, the Faulty Devils, the Grounders, and even the North Esports really need to buckle up, because it is only the top 16 that go into the grand finals. And Metershot X Sky, also, if they have that one more day of really good performance, and then we can say the old Metershot X Sky that we all know and love is finally back.
It's a 7-point difference between the 12th spot and Metershot X Sky. If my maths is correct, it's 12 points. No, more than 12 points. But yeah, a few points. My maths is horrible. R3D Esports, they can double over R3D Esports, because R3D, in terms of placement, they are getting the points, but they're not getting the winner chicken dinner or 12 placement or 10 placement points. So I think it's possible if Metershot, like you also mentioned, keep up the same performance coming days as well.
I really hope they do. Metershot X Sky, we've been talking about this, right? Today was completely just about the dominance, and it was all about the teams that were struggling, gaining a little bit of ground. Team Star started off with a chicken, followed by Metershot X Sky's hat trick, and then QWERTY also getting a chicken dinner with some good amount of eliminations and getting themselves back into the league. And this is exactly what we wanted, right? It to be competitive, and Pakistan never disappoints, and today has also been one of those days, Shadow, and I really hope this goes along. Because from this region, like I've always said, always tends to surprise us. And we have seen I8 being the ones on top, but this time we are seeing Magnus giving them a fight for their money. Toe to toe, as you can say, it's punch after punch being exchanged, and this is all turning out into a very interesting saga.
Because I8, they had their downfalls. On the other side, Magnus has been pretty much consistent, more consistent than I8 Esports in week number 1, week number 2 both, because week number 2 is not working for I8, but TUF is also one of the team that can be the strong contender for the top spot. If not them, maybe QWERTY or Quraysh.
Maybe QWERTY or Quraysh. I mean, Quraysh, after that little bit of disappointing performance in week number 1, it really came back hitting in week number 2. The way they were playing, I was really mesmerized. But that is all we have for you, ladies and gentlemen, for the games that we have for today. And we're going to call it a night, and we're going to see you tomorrow, as it's going to be day number 4. We hope you do not miss all that action. But till then, take care and have a good night.